Welcome.
Moving
Welcome.
further with our day's proceedings, we have with us an internationally renowned person, Madam Zaina, behavior strategist, celebrity and sportsperson life coach, specialized in unexplained cases that challenge the traditional medical field. Welcome, ma'am. Welcome, Zaina ma'am, to this summit. The stage is all yours. Over to you, Zaina Atar ma'am.
Hi, how are you? Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you, ma'am.
Great. Well, that was some lovely mantras and some very interesting information. Thank you for sharing it. So, obviously, it's we run out of overtime on the last one, so I'm going to have to cut it short slightly. Just to let you know, I do have a I've had a bit of an allergy today, so I will apologize if I cough or anything like that. So if you can heal it with your mantras, that would be wonderful. I truly believe in it.
Yeah, so, we will heal you.
And I've been doing a lot of sound therapy this morning to get myself a little bit going. So it's helped. So my background is in psychology. I'm a neurobehavior coach. I decided to drop the doctor status and go for a more coaching approach because, as you know, these days, the stigma attached to what a doctor is and what a doctor does and what a doctor should be doing, what, things like that is not, it's beyond, it's more kind of pharmaceutical. I'm going to try and put my slides up. It was a bit of I'm not very tech savvy, so please forgive me if I can't put it on. So, and I'm going to need these slides for sure, don't I? Okay, it's neither on one of these. So I'm going to try and do it. Now, I didn't realize I had to put it into Dropbox first, so I apologize about this. It's been a whole year or so since I've not really made time for online conferences and events like this. So firstly, thank you, Dr. Das, for having me on board the Global Wellness Summit. I did see some of it yesterday, and it was fantastic. And it was really inspiring how many people across the globe are now focusing on the mental health in a positive way and how we can heal it in a holistic way. So I want to start with actually the global view. And obviously, Dr. Das gave me the title of Deteriorating Mental Health, a global issue. Now, is it really a global issue? If I was to speak to you about it in terms of it being a global, the pandemic in itself, or if I was to talk to you about it being a positive thing. So we've always had a negative association with mental health. We've always thought, okay, if somebody has a mental health issue, it's negative. They have to go to a psychologist, they have to go to a doctor, a psychiatrist, a clinical psychiatrist, and we've got a list and a spectrum that goes very wide. So if you have some sort of symptom, you've got to go to these people and these people will help you. The stigma around it in different cultures is if we go to a psychologist or if we go to a psychiatrist, what are we deemed as? In the ancient times, we're deemed as crazy, or we have a mental issue, or we have, we walk around in society today with constant mental issues because we are stressed. We are trying to manage things. We are not we are not aligned, our chakras are not aligned, therefore it's creating imbalances in the mind. So if we were to look at it in this way, how would we still say that it's a global issue? So if we say that, if we were to look at it into a positive way, do we look at it, is it a global issue? And if we look at it in a negative way, is it still a global issue? Somebody respond to me. I like people responding in this group. So basically, if it is either way, it's either way, because if we are not balanced, so yesterday we spoke about, I heard the sessions on chakras, fantastic. I heard the sessions about water, amazing, mesmerizing, isn't it? The effects of words, positivity on water. So if we think about what we're doing to ourselves on a daily basis, when we're faced with a crisis, how is our neural pathways being diverted? How is our neural pathways being formed? How are they positive or negative? If you look at your situation, take your morning, for example. I don't know what time it is where you are, but take your morning, for example, or the first few hours when you woke up. If you were to write it in the chat, actually, if you can write it in the chat, I'll select somebody and see who's been. So tell me one positive thing that you said to yourself today and one negative thing. Well, I also try and get this sorted.
So, I'm happy.
I'm happy. Okay.
Yeah. I am always a bit nervous unless the whole Global Wellness Summit is over.
Well, I'm a little bit anxious that my slides are not going up, but it's okay.
So the only negative aspect is the internet.
I say thank you
working.
every day. I say thank you every day. Who's Anita? Am I speaking to Anita now?
Jana, can you please close your curtains from the back side? The light is coming.
Is it very light?
Okay.
Yeah, absolutely. Give me 1 second.
Please do that.
Absolutely.
Hello, I'm Anita here.
Yeah, we can see Anita. So Anita, you can introduce yourself.
She just actually want to
Anita
put the curtain.
Right, I think that should be better. It's very sunny out here. So I'm based in Qatar and the sun is shining. So I'm very happy to go and sit out there after this, this session. So Anita, Dr. Das, how are you?
I'm here. I'm here.
Great, Anita. So you say thank you every day.
Hi, yes. Actually, I'm into this, a member of a gratitude club,
Excellent.
a book read by Rhonda Byrne.
Yes.
So every morning at 6 o'clock, we have a session on gratitude, on showing gratitude. So
Excellent.
this is the third session that I'm doing with them. And I have learned totally to say thank you to everyone at the first thing I get up in the morning and when I go to sleep in the night. So that is a mantra. I'm practicing this habit since 3 months, and I have seen some amazing positive changes in my life. And I can say that I am happiest now. I can really say that.
Excellent. Excellent. So do you feel that your attitude towards life has changed?
Yes,
Do
totally.
you feel that your attitude towards, or your energy, your posture, your body language, has that changed?
Everything.
And
Everything.
just by saying one word, imagine.
Sorry?
Thank you. That's just by saying
Yeah.
2 words. Thank you. One statement. Thank you.
We do repeat it 3 times, you know. Thank you for everything that I have received today.
Yes.
Until all the years in my life, for everything.
Well, really well done. And thank you for sharing your testimony, because I think everybody in this group will really learn from each other. And the reason why I
Yes.
call out people in the audience, I think it's so important, because I think the energy exchange is very important. If somebody is, so for example, if you're sitting next to somebody and they're moody, right? What will happen to you eventually? Eventually,
Yes.
they will
Yes,
rub off
yes.
on you unless you are in your higher consciousness, your higher power, and you try and you turn it around for them. or if they choose to turn it around, right? So we have different options. We'd have different options.
Yes.
I wanted to start this session in a way where I'm not going to pull out research for you. I think a lot of people are doing this. I'm not going to pull out any quotes or things like this. I really want to work with you guys on a one-to-one level to reach the goal of how we can, in a deteriorating climate of mental health, can we step up, be more in control of our mind, body, and soul, to be able to then share that with others, because it is like a domino effect. You know, somebody said yesterday, which was very interesting, that, you know, if we are all like magnets, yeah, the globe, if there is a war or an earthquake in Japan, yeah, we're gonna feel it. Not the physical earthquake, but we feel the energy of these people. We feel the energy of where we develop emotions towards that situation, whether it's empathy. If we're Japanese, maybe we'll be angry if our home is gone. There's so many different emotions. So if we can understand how to stand strong with ourselves, then we can support other people. But if we cannot support ourselves, then we cannot give that to other people. It's just like love, right? If we cannot love ourselves, we cannot really love other people truthfully and in a deep way. So thank you so much, Anita. Thank you. So let's move on to who is really affected the most. Sorry, I haven't got my slides in front of me, so I'm now going on a bit of what I remember from what I'm passionate about to talk about this topic. So who is affected? We spoke about a bit of Japan, and if they are affected out there, we're affected. The whole globe is affected. The whole globe is affected. The most common countries, guess which ones they are? Anybody else want to join in? Guess how many, guess which countries are most affected from
America.
A global mental health issue?
USA.
USA. Really? Why do you
Yeah.
think that? Australia, someone just put? Why is that? Why do you think Australia or America?
Because there are so many stress, hectic life. People are lonely also. They don't have family. All the family members have gone to different places, well settled, so they are living alone. They have everything, but nobody to talk to, nobody to take care. If they are ill, they send them to palliative care. They send them to homes. So they don't have children around them.
That also, so the West. So that also could be with the UK also, obviously. So I'm based in Qatar, but I was born and raised in London my whole life. And my parents are Lebanese.
Okay.
So when we're looking at different countries, like, for example, I would say, I mean, research suggests that usually it's the uneducated people and people that don't have a high education or are jobless. Does that resonate really?
Yeah.
Okay, if it resonates, what about people that have gone through war?
So it's all in different degrees.
It's in different degrees. So as is mental health as an umbrella?
Probably.
A bit like autism as a spectrum?
Probably.
Can we see it in that way?
Yep.
So if we were to look at it in a, let's say in a medical way, and it's more so, we'll drop off the holistic, yeah?
Okay.
And we look at it in a medical way, the terminology and using mental health, they usually use it for depression, common disorders. So depression, stress. Well, stress actually is not really, they don't really promote that, because if they were to promote stress, who would be the main perpetrator? Who would be a main perpetrator of stress? So if we think about our countries, the countries that we live in, who is the main perpetrator of stress?
Again, probably the jobless.
The jobless? So they cause us stress? People that don't have jobs cause us stress? Yes, that's right. Asha?
Self, yeah.
Yeah,
Because
absolutely.
we ourselves.
Absolutely, absolutely. We are in charge. We are governing our mind, body, and souls. Yeah? If we were to tell ourselves, you know, this expression, we're gonna, you know, this person has sold their soul to the devil. How many have heard that expression? Put your hand up. Yeah, we all have. And that means is that we are not in our higher consciousness. We are not with the source. We're not with one with God. We are not one with the source, or you know, the elevated thought process of how we are in charge. We can heal. We have the tools and techniques to be able to take control of our health, take control of our soul, take control of our mind, take control. But at the same time, let it go. So I'm going to give you an example of the resilience. So what about families? No, so who else is affected? People with neurological deficits. What about them? What about their parents?
Yeah.
They have to live with it. So do they, and this is one of my specialty areas. So parents with children with neurological deficits. These children are going to grow eventually. Do you think that their stress is reduced over time or increased? Their mental health. So
it again would depend. It would again depend on how the family has taken it. Acceptance of the child being in the state he or she is, and how the family has come jointly and taken it. So I think according to that, it would probably differ. It would increase or maybe even decrease to a certain level. So I think it's again all about acceptance and taking it in the right way.
So it's their perception, right?
Yeah.
So if we were to look at our perception, and how we deal with things in life, right? And we say, for example, this pandemic,
okay,
we're all going through it. Is that correct? Every single person, the 8 billion people in the world, are they going through it or not?
Not if you are not really into the fear of it and, blowing it out of proportion. You just are being sensible by being safe, but you don't get into the pandemic of it really affecting it to you that level. I mean, that's what my point of view is.
Absolutely. But are we all restricted in the same way?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah. So when we're talking, so for example, looking here in Qatar, the ladies wear
the veil.
Yes, the veil. So here in Qatar and the UAE, the ladies wear a veil. Do you think they are more affected by wearing a mask or less?
I think it's a precaution for them even otherwise, because you're always in Wales, so they were always covered. So because of that, probably if they, it's always been a mask for them. So I don't think it should affect them so much.
Okay, so basically they are, what can we say, they are conditioned already?
Yes.
Okay, so when we're going to go back to the deteriorating view of this so-called issue. The negative association, if we look at it in a positive way, we can change the way the globe thinks about mental health. If we can change their view on mental health, do you think more the population, the amount of population, they say 1 billion, but I doubt it because I think stress hits everybody and it's how you deal with it, perceive it, and the tools and techniques that you use to heal it. And some people don't know these, and this is why we are here to educate people, and reach out to a bigger global platform. If they don't have the tools and techniques, what do you think They go to, sorry, I'm without my notes. So they also go to the people, they go to psychologists. They go to the medication side of things. They go to, what else?
They can shift to addictions.
Absolutely. What else? We're all physicians here. So we're all clinicians here. So we can all answer on these bases. I wanted to turn this into a discussion because I think, without my PowerPoint notes, and I think deteriorating mental health is not something that can be dictated in bullet points.
Right.
Yeah.
It is a global issue only if you make it a global issue.
Certainly.
And I think if we were to look at it in a perception where we change it from, if the globe can change it from the negative to the positive, then everybody can become self-healers, they can understand, we can cut the bills of pharmaceutical bills in half, but they don't want that, do they?
No, they don't want.
So let's go back to the history. Let's go back to the history of doctors. And we all have a doctor. I have a doctor status as many people in this forum right now. I don't like to use it. There's a difference because the stigma attached to it is not what I like and not what I'm about and not how I add value to people's lives. So let's go back to the history. If we were talking about doctors back in the day, and now, happily, we are going back to the old school ways of doing things, right? Now they're waking up saying, wow, back in the day, they used to use turmeric, ginger, garlic for blood pressure, all these different things. Wow. So when we're looking at the old school mindset, when you're sick, we were embedded with this mindset that when you are sick, you go to a doctor. Yeah? When you are sick, when you're not well in your mind, you go to a psychiatrist. Sorry, can somebody put mute, whoever is still on their speaker? So whenever you have that, we were already, I don't want to call it brainwashed, but we are the belief system was installed within us that when you're sick, you don't go to the fridge, take out the garlic, paste it, put it on the wound or put it in your mouth. They don't tell you this anymore. So it was hidden. It became hocus pocus, witchcraft. It became this taboo conversation that no way. I'll tell you a situation, what happened to me. I had a big bout of stress a few years back. And it's a very nice success story. So I had a huge bout of stress. I randomly checked my sugar level on my mother's machine because she has the type 1, she was borderline type 1 diabetes. So they, of course, pumped her with medications. So I randomly went and checked my sugar, and it was borderline going into a diabetic coma. And I was asymptomatic and didn't realize. So they rushed me down to the A&E, of course, and I had DK acidosis in the blood and many other things to go with it because of the elevated levels. It just went, your nervous system goes a bit crazy. Now, I had, obviously, because I got a clinic down in central London and I work with top professors, I called in a professor that I knew of endocrinology down there at the hospital. And he came to me and he says to me, "Are you okay?" I said, "Well, yeah, I know what it's about. So, yeah, I'm fine." He goes, "But you've got to, I think you're not accepting it." I said, "Of course I'm not, because I know it's just stress." And he said to me, "No, but you have to now inject for life." I said, "No, I won't." He said to me, "I think we need to get you another psychologist to help you, to deal with it." I said to him, "Professor so-and-so," I said to him, "with all due respect, I know this is stress, and this is what stress does in the body. So stress, what does it do? Chronic stress becomes when you face stress every day for a while, and then your cortisol levels, what does it do? All the way up. So it's so high that it's in your system. So I said to him, isn't that linked to the pituitary gland? Isn't that linked to when the stress is in the body, lack of oxygen gets to the different organs and the flow, and there's blockages? And he says to me, yes. I said to him, okay, well, I'll see you in 6 months, and then we can discuss when I'm off the insulin. And he said to me, no, really, you need a psychologist now. I said to him, no way. So basically, I managed to get rid of being on insulin for a very long time. It's been about 6 years now, a little bit more. And I did it through holistic healing.
Wonderful.
And the holistic healing, partly it was mantras and sound therapy, meditating on the pancreas and imagining the flow
Visualization.
within using visualization techniques, exactly, Dr. Sarah, and sorry.
Yes.
And using that visualization whilst meditating, whilst having the sound therapy and tapping.
Yeah, tapping. Yeah.
Now, in addition to that, of course, I changed my whole diet, my whole exercise regime, my whole, because obviously you have to work on the blood work, and the blood work changes every how many days? 120. So every 120, your blood work changes, and it filters, and then you have a new level, right? So when they did my blood test initially, it was sky high. So when I went back in 3 months, they said to me, it's the insulin, yes? I said, no. It all went down. They went, are you sure? Now we're confused. Are you type 2 or type 1? I said, well, guess what? You'll see in 6 months that I'm neither. So I did it again, round 2. And you can do this in round 3. I believe in 3 rounds where you have the whole year, where you're doing in-quarter checks, and you change it up, and you have to change it up. So I also help people do that also. Now,
So how can
sorry?
How can you help us? So there are many diabetic people, and so many people have a hereditary
Yes.
for diabetes.
I mean, come on, India is the most inspiring holistic country in the world, you know, and I'm yet to, I was supposed to come in February as a visit. Obviously the lockdown happened. If we are not on lockdown soon, it's 3 hours from here. I will get on a plane and come over. But one of the things that really helped me was laughter therapy.
True.
So obviously this came out of India, out of Bangalore, I think it was, yes. Dr. Sorry, I forgot his name. He's slipped from my head.
One doctor in Ahmedabad, and we have a laughter club in Nagpur also. Very big.
Oh, really? Excellent.
Yeah.
Yes, because he's got the Laughter University. So from this concept, I brought out a company. I launched a company called Falling in LOL.
Okay.
Yeah. Mhm.
Falling in LOL. So LOL is not laugh out loud. It's love of laughter. So people in stress and people in having deteriorating mental health, yeah? Let's look at it as individuals. We are, not just a global issue, just individual issues. When you think about stress, what is it?
Anxiety. Something.
When you think of stress, you feel somebody really, completely pulled down, low, all those kind of, if you visualize a person in stress, you would feel that, a very low face or a low body language, not too happy, not smiling too much, not laughing too much,
Not living in
always
the present.
with a frown on your head.
Yes. Yeah, well, if we think about your body language, right? If we think about body language, how are we like this?
Mm-hmm.
Or are we
Stooped.
We're stooped, yeah?
Mm.
Do you know how quickly we can change our state?
True.
We can change it in a click of the fingers, yeah? If we all try it, everybody, louch down. All 189 of you, please louch down as low as you can. Get low, get low, get low, get low, get low. Frown, get it in your body, in your face, in your shoulders. Really low. Are you there?
Yeah.
How low are you? Get lower. Lower in mood, energy. Okay, as soon as I click my fingers, I want you to show me happy.
Yeah.
What
Yeah.
changed? What changed?
Your mood,
Your mood. Only your mood? What else?
Upswing.
your body language, your mood,
body language.
your perception, your thoughts, everything about you.
So
Your mind, basically your mind,
Okay, but
your emotions.
who controlled that?
Feel happiness.
Yourself. So if you are in a difficult position in life and you're going through some stress, how quickly can you change your state?
As quickly as you want.
As quickly as you want. Does it always happen that way?
It doesn't, it needs practice.
Is it only practice that it needs?
Yeah, it is practice for you to get into that, your state of mind, to get more positive, to be able to understand and accept things and move on with it. So yeah, it would take practice and a lot
So
of.
in our toolbox, we can put all sorts of different tools that go there, right? In those tools and techniques, techniques that you put in your mind in terms of trying to access, and you say, you know what? I choose to be happy. Yeah, I choose. How can I achieve that? Now, we always promote a superwoman or a superman pose.
Mhm.
Can everybody stand up for me? Whoever can. If anybody can't, let me know. Are you ready? Let's shake it off. I bet you've been sitting there for how long? Come on.
Yeah.
Excellent. I'm trying to see everybody. Let's see. I can see you all. Well done. Good. How are you feeling just getting up and shaking?
Good. Energized.
Now, your hands on your hips. With your shoulders back. Chest out. If you were looking in the mirror right now,
Okay, so let's realism.
if you were looking in the mirror right now, what would you say to yourself?
I'm amazing.
Oh, wow, that's a good one. Give us ideas. Come on, everyone. There's
Very
some gentlemen
special.
not including themselves. Tell me again.
Add strong.
So I am strong. What else?
I'm beautiful. She's saying from
I'm
Dubai.
superb.
Excellent. I'm super.
I'm energetic today.
I'm energetic today. What else?
Confident. Somebody is saying confident.
I'm intelligent.
I'm
intelligent.
Oh,
I am the
wow.
happiest person.
Aparna
I'm
ji.
beautiful.
Yeah.
fantastic.
Meena.
How uplifting. Are you love?
Wonderful.
Yeah, we are energetic.
Yeah,
We are
Ashok ji.
energetic.
Oh.
Now we're going collective. We're doing it in the collective.
I'm feeling great.
I'm feeling
Yeah.
great.
Madhuji, great.
I am a high vibration.
I am peace.
I am peace. I am love. So we spoke about yesterday, the love.
I love.
What does it do to your vibration? How does that
Raises it.
vibrate in the system?
Raises the vibrations.
Wonderful.
Amazing, right?
Yeah.
Now, put your arms up. Who's going to lead this right now. We're going to just do a quick exercise. So if we were to say, if we were to say, I'm going to ask, are you magnificent? And I want you to put your arms in the air and go, yes.
Yes. Yes.
Order and internal. Let it out. Are you magnificent?
Yes.
Are you happy?
Yes.
Are you energetic?
Yes.
Happy.
Yeah, we are happy, we are energetic.
Are you loved?
Yes.
Yes.
That's it. Are you an educator?
Yes.
Absolutely.
Yes.
Are you a friend?
Yes. A friend or afraid? What was it?
Are you
A friend or afraid?
Sunita ji, wonderful.
friend? That's a good one. Are you a friend of a friend?
Sorry.
Now, each one, I'm gonna, please, everybody, take yourself off the mic. Everybody take yourself off the mic. If you cannot join into the
all-rounder.
if you can't join into the exercise, we're gonna go one by one, and you guys are gonna dictate what we are. All the positive words that we've learned through the ICE presentation. We learned so much from that, right? If you've got a glass of water by your side, go get yourself a glass of water, put it by your table right now, fill it up, put it by your table. We're going to energize this water, and when you drink it, by the end of this session, you're going to feel magnificent on top of the world, and you don't know what's going to hit you. So please get yourself a glass of water. Have you got a glass of water?
Yes. Yes, a glass of water.
Yeah.
Excellent. Everyone ready? Give yourself a hug and a tight one. Can you give yourself a hug? And really, really hug yourself. Because you know what this does?
I love.
What does it release?
I love.
Love myself.
What does it release? It releases oxytocin, which is a what?
I love all.
So hug yourself really tightly. Close your eyes for 2 minutes. Close your eyes for 2 minutes and and love yourself. Speak to yourself and love yourself. Use words that are incredibly empowering. Use words that will uplift you, that make you feel on top of the world. I'm loving seeing all of you doing this exercise. It's making me feel even more love. Thank you. Close your eyes for 1 minute. And then bring your hands together. And say thank you, God. Or thank you, whatever you believe in. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Now, stand up again.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Now we're going to energetically put into this water.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Now
Thank
we're
you.
magically putting something into this water.
Thank you, everybody.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Beautiful energy. I'm
Thank
getting
you.
I
Thank you. 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 Thank you.
Okay, here we go. Get your water, stand up.
Thank you so much, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am.
Rita. Rita.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone.
Is she there?
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Rita, are you there?
I love you. I love you. I love you. I love you.
Listen to her.
Making me smile, ma'am.
I love you, ma'am. I love you, love you, love you, love you, love you. I love you, ma'am. Love you, ma'am.
Later.
I love
Thank you.
you.
Everyone, put yourself on mute again.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Love you, ma'am.
Love you too.
Love you, love you, love you.
What I would like to do is I will give you.
Thank you. Love you, ma'am.
Love you, ma'am. Love you.
Love you too.
Thank you.
So much love in this room. I can't cope.
Love you, ma'am. Love you.
Love you, ma'am. Love you.
Love you. Love you, ma'am. Love you.
Look at
Love
this
you,
love in here.
ma'am.
Let us
I
speak.
love you, love you, love you all.
Love all, love all, love all.
Okay, please put everybody on mute again, please. So now we've learned exactly how we can quickly change our state if we're in a deteriorating phase in our life. If we feel like we are having stress or we're being attacked by an illness or anything like that, there's so many ways to get empowered. Overly empowered. So in a way that no matter what is happening in your life, once you do these things, you get clearer mind of being able to, to be able to deal with it. And this is where the stress, we bring the cortisol levels down in the body, yeah? So by doing these things and by laughing and laughter therapy, this in itself makes a huge difference. So going back to the laughter therapy, when I was having this situation in life that I found difficult to face because it was a new experience, we didn't have it in my family, we didn't have it in any, really, it was nothing that was related in, genetically or anything like that. And I knew straight away it was stress. So bringing down my cortisol levels, I had to find different ways, not just holistic in terms of nutrition, in terms of movement. The laughter in itself really brought down, and actually made me a lot younger, but really brought down that cortisol in my body. Now, when the brain does not know the difference, right? This is the beautiful thing about they call it a complex brain, but it's not so complex. So neurologically, when you're laughing in the mirror and you're doing the laughter sounds, which is ha ha hee hoo, ha ha hee hoo, and you fall into this laughter. When you're falling into this laughter, your inhibitions that were created by stress then is removed, and you go into a laughing episode. Now, when you go into the laughing episode, the brain doesn't know the difference whether you watched something that was funny in a comedy or someone, humor can be perceived in different ways. Yeah, everybody has a different type of humor. You've got dark humor where, or people want to, if somebody trips over, they laugh. If somebody then, I don't know, watching, Seinfeld or things like this, people laugh. So what I suggest, if we were to look at,
Just like never laugh at, always laugh with.
Absolutely. Absolutely. So if we were to look, which I understand we're on a timer, and obviously my session.
Sorry to intervene, Zaina ma'am.
Sorry, my
if you could quickly wind up in 5 minutes, as our next guest list is waiting. So if you could wind up in 5 minutes.
No problem. Absolutely. So
thank you. Thank you.
Lady, so if we were to say, there's this thing about 5. I'm going to round up with this. We have the known in the West, they say you should eat 5 fruits a day. Yeah?
Yeah.
Is this the same in India?
Yes.
It is?
Yes.
It's a global thing. So you should eat 5 fruits a day. Is fruit good for diabetics?
Apple, papaya.
None of it is good for a diabetic, by the way. no fruit. The level of high sugar in the fruit is not good. But then we can have arguments with it. I argue with my sister all the time because she's a dietetic, she's a dietitian, and we have this debate, you know, and she's more into maybe the pharma side of things. And avocado, well done. Yes, avocado is good. So if I was to wind up and I say, if we were to say 5 things to do every day to sustain an incredible, empowering mental health. 5 things. I'm going to give you the 5 things. If you want to write them down.
Or beetroot or olive.
So 5 things, not 5 fruits, 5 things a day. It could be more. You want to add to your repertoire? Amazing. Number 1, when you wake up.
Laugh, gratitude.
Gratitude, laugh. Number 2,
Laugh.
You can laugh. Now, in the laughter one, gratitude. How many things do you need to say to note down to feel to feel that gratitude? How many? So if we were to say, okay, until you feel, when you're writing it down, you must really, really feel it, okay? When you're writing it, feeling what you're writing is as important as what you're writing, okay? If you don't feel something truly, and putting that energy, that gratitude, that positive energy in your mind, body, and soul, what happens? Then it goes to waste. That is important for you to feel it and feel empowered by it. And you say, you know what? Thank you, God. I woke up this morning. I'm so happy. This morning I received an email, and I felt, I have water to drink. Some countries, they don't have water to drink. It doesn't have to be something that happens in your personal space. It doesn't have to be something that happens next door to you. It just could be a thing, just a thing that you are super grateful for. And that faith in, some people have faith in God. I truly do. I have huge faith in, I'm very religious in many ways. And having that abundant mindset, or that abundant heart, it's an abundant heart, is number 1 to move forward. An abundant heart. So feeling it, writing it, saying it, important. Number 2, drink a lot of water. If you don't drink water, what happens?
Dehydrated.
Yeah, dehydrated, and then, well, if our body and our vibrations flow with water, what happens?
You become listless and dull.
Absolutely, absolutely. It's the same thing if we're not participating in sessions, isn't it?
The session becomes, we become dull.
Absolutely.
And we create that same energy in everyone around us.
Absolutely, absolutely. That's if you're not participating. And also you don't take what's giving to you, what the knowledge increase. Anyway, 5 things. So laughter. If you were to laugh, do your own laughter yoga. If you cannot, we have a page on Facebook. If everybody's on Facebook, we've got over 20,000 subscribers. It's Falling in LOL, @Falling in LOL, right? Now we've just, so you can, and we post things on there every day for people to have at least 5 belly laughs a day. If sometimes you find it funny, if you can't find it funny, go and seek out laughter, okay? It's very important. Number 2, yoga, meditation. Meditation, yoga. Amazing. Number 3, that was the number 3. So number 4, so the list can go on. I can give you tips and tools and techniques, but we have, because I know that we're going over. Dr. Das, I'm willing to do a empowerment session for everybody. Whoever wishes to join in for free, we'll do that we'll organize Dr. Das if you'd like.
We will fix up a time, and now you will find the next panel. 4 speakers are waiting. Kindly conclude.
Okay, absolutely, absolutely.
4
Because I wasn't
speakers.
able to put my slide up and my information, Dr. Das, I will send you that the presentation with my details on it, because we've got 5 different companies, as you know, that we run. We run Neuro, we Rewire. We just launched Trainer Pathways. So if anybody is a speaker and would like to do have something valuable to say and share with the world, please go and sign up at trainerpathways.com as a speaker. And if you'd like to attend any of our courses,
You can share with me, and I'll share with the group here.
Excellent.
So please sum up. Please conclude.
Okay.
It's so.
I love you so much. Thank you so much for your time today. I do apologize that we rambled on a lot more, and I apologize that I wasn't able to get the slides up, although they were finished.
You have really rocked the group today. Really rocked. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Energized everybody completely.
Thank you. Thank you for your
Thank you
energy.
for a wonderful session involving us all in an energizing session and teaching us how to release our stress and changing our state of mind. That was really wonderful. We wish we could give you more time, but because of lapse of time, we have to let you go. Thank you, ma'am. We are giving you a certificate of gratitude for being part of a Global Wellness Summit. Can we have the certificate, please?
Thank you so much.
That's for you, ma'am. Thank you. Please accept it as a token of love.
Thank
you so much.
Dr. Das.
Thank you, sir. Now it's time for a first panel discussion on holistic health and global citizenship education. We have with us a team of panelists whom I would like to introduce. First, Dr. Preeti Bajaj, Vice Chancellor of Galgotias University. She is an electronics engineer postgraduated in 1998 and awarded doctorate in 2004. She is founder chair of IEE Nagpur, subsection, member IEE NGA Awards and Recognition Committee. Welcome, Preeti Bajaj, ma'am. Next, we have Penna, Dean of the Faculty of Indian Religion, Philosophy and Culture at Kavi Kulguru Kalidas Sanskrit University. He has been recently awarded with Sahitya Academy Award. We also have with us Miss Evangelia Veselika, an educator and English coach from Greece. She has presented in numerous conferences in Greece and abroad. She has been recently awarded the title of the Distinguished Educator 2020 by the Education Leaders Awards 2020. She has also an honorary doctorate in education leadership by Global Storm Safety Foundation Institute. We also have with us moderator for the today's session, the first panel discussion, Mr. V.K. Mishra, Principal GPS Bareilly. He is a Master in Mathematics, Physics, English and BA with an experience of 22 years. He is also Brand Ambassador of British Council. I welcome you all and over to V.K. Mishra, sir, for the further proceedings.
Thank you, Ms. Richa. First of all, good evening from India to all the delegates of this Global Wellness Summit 2020. I, V.K. Mishra, once again welcome all the panelists. Before and in fact, without wasting your much of important time, as already it is very, very precise when I have been asked to come. And I wish that we should continue with the kind of interactions and knowledge we are going to gain in this session, where national education policy, which is known as new education policy in India, has come time. First of all, I would love to welcome Dr. Preeti Bajaj ji. So that let me share my protocol. I would request all three panelists to share first in 10 to 15 minutes their learnings and their experiences on the topic, and then we'll have a question answer round. So one by one, I would invite first Dr. Preeti Bajaj, Vice Chancellor, Galgotia University, to please enlighten us on the topic Holistic Health and Global Citizenship Education, a focus as per new education policy, which is National Education Policy 2020. Dr. Preeti Bajaj, can we hear your own understanding on this particular issue, which has been implemented in the National Education Policy also?
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. Thank you, Mr. Das. And coming to the topic which has been given, so holistic development, considering the health and global citizenship, and with respect to and in context with the new education policy 2020. I would like to say from my perspective how I have taken it to this level is, so basically global citizenship education is increasingly that has been recognized as an integral part of movement for internationalization of our curriculum. And when we look at the NEP, what it has mentioned about this curriculum is all together to make it more internationalization, more acceptable, considering all segments of the society, focusing on holistic development, and there are various experiments which are being done. I would like to just so far CGPA was the student, whether he is an international student or anyone for that extent, we were focusing on only academics. Now the thought process which has come up is the CGPA should reflect your total personality and not only your academic record. With respect to that, if I look at the various concepts which are being given, one, doesn't matter which language you are studying, but then the focus is on outcomes. So that's the first change which India has come up with in NEP, wherein so I would say, if I can relate global citizenship education, which states about global governance, structures, rights, responsibilities, global issues, connection with the global, national and local system. I relate that with the NEP, wherein it is being mentioned that the existence of strong self-governance and outstanding merit-based appointments as institutional leaders. When it goes with second point of global citizenship education, it says, recognize, appreciate difference and multiple identities like culture, language, region, gender. And in NEP, it has been said that yes, the doesn't matter which language you are. So multiple languages have been recognized, and multiple languages have been promoted and encouraged in the national education policy. It talks about skill-based education. It talks about common humanity. It talks about the subjects like professional ethics, artificial intelligence, the human values, the health and hygiene, environment, many subjects to be part of your as a, you may call it as a university core, you may call it as a a mandatory subject, but then it has focused on these subjects which will recognize and appreciate the difference and the multiple identities. It has the third point for the global education. I go with develop and apply critical skills. So new education policies talks about only skill based education, and not from higher education but right from childhood. The fourth point for global education citizenship, it focuses on recognize, examine belief and values and how they influence the political and social decision-making perception about social justice. The new education policy, I correlate it with number of internships, involvement of NGO, involvement of the social organization, social justice into your regular curriculum. It doesn't matter you are studying engineering, you are studying law, for that purpose you are studying medical, but then they have promoted that these should be part of your curriculum. And the last but not the least, the global curriculum talks about developing attitude of the care and apathy for others and environment and respect for diversity, and that is what NEP is focusing on. It's focusing on human values, all persons, empathy, tolerance, human rights, gender equality, non-violence, all that has been mentioned in NEP. So according to me, when we talk about global education, so all that global education, global citizenship education requires, all those points are very well covered in NEP. So that's from my side. And again, I would say, considering this, we should come out with our innovative curriculum for our own university, wherein we are in a university wherein we have say to design the unique curriculum, which will be having combination of all these, and your pointer indicates your total personality and not only academic record. With this, more when other speakers would speak upon. Thank you. Thank you for giving the opportunity.
Thank you so much, Dr. Preeti Bajaj. And I would request you to be there once we complete our conversation with the rest of our panelists. We'll join back again.
Yeah, sure.
I would request Professor Madhusudan ji to please share your own experience over this holistic health and global citizenship, which is the integral part of today's requirement also. And earlier when we were thinking that education is going beyond the boundaries of our country, so this is one thing which nowadays we feel it is most important part, where every citizen of any country must remember the basic requirement of today's time. So I would love to request Professor Madhusudan to put his learnings and whatever experiences he has felt in these days. Over to Madhusudan, Professor Madhusudan ji.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mishra sir. I'm really obliged. I'm very happy to be a part of this great program. I thank the organizers and all the great sadhaka who have been listening to great lectures here, and great inspirers are there. Coming to our topic, holistic health and yoga education, especially in the light of new education policy. So I would like to first share our experience, or in the sense, me as a dean in the University of Kavikulaguru Kalidas Sanskrit University here in Maharashtra. See, actually ours is the first university in the entire state of Maharashtra. Previously in the central India, which introduced postgraduate course in Yoga Shastra, and we have affiliated all the other great institutes like Kaivalya Dham, Ghantale Mitra Mandal in Mumbai, and Nashik Yoga Dham. So these are all associated and affiliated with our university. So we have been working very hard to create awareness amongst the common populace, and at the same time creating experts in yoga experts. And I would like to share with you all great news that few of our students are international champions who have participated and won gold medals in many yoga conferences, yoga championships at many places like Bulgaria, Argentina, Greece, and China. So to all these places, our students have been sent, and they have really brought laurels to our university. So in this background, what I feel is really there is great awareness. Now, about yoga education and inclusion of this education in education policy, national education policy is really very encouraging. And previously, it was there, of course, like our Iyengar sir, Krishnamacharya, his guru, and many other. I cannot name all these great stalwarts in yoga, but they have really done yeoman service to this particular field by creating awareness, by spreading this sacred knowledge everywhere about such. We can find Vivekananda, this Iyengar sir, Maharshi Mahesh Yogi. So all these great saints, these great scholars, they have created awareness. But in India, the outlook was different. People were not looking at yoga in the way it was expected. So they were just thinking that yoga is confined or restricted to few people, a class of that they only do yoga. It is their own personal avocation. So they were under that impression. But recent developments in yoga awareness and research, it's really very encouraging. That I remember that in 1930s or 40s, when it started in Kaivalya Dham, Lonavala, that great research institute even today, like our Munger and Haridwar. So many people turn to yoga research, especially the clinical yoga, therapeutical yoga. So they have made valuable research in that, and yoga has taken a very different turn, because previously whatever disorders or complications, health complications, they believed to be incurable rather. But because of this research, the foundation of all yoga research, new dimensions were explored, and gradually people started working on even menopause. People started working on the menstrual disorders. People started working on stress-related disorders. So actually, it had taken a turn. And recently, I've been studying the research journals. I've been reading them and studying their research also. So I have found that people are really very interested in working on the holistic health and yoga, because holistic health actually encompasses so many things. See, it is not only physical, at the same time it is psychological, spiritual, intellectual, and social. So when all these are put together, I believe that the research that has been done is really very encouraging. And recently people have tried to explore the relation between even physical education and yoga, sports and yoga. See, these are all interrelated, and naturally this will contribute to holistic health. So in this way, our university has introduced several courses like MSc in Yogic Science, BSc in Yogic Science, PhD Yogic Science, and DLit also in Yogic Science. All this is to encourage the youngsters to take upon yoga studies and work on that. And especially, it is not only for enlightenment, but also for reformation. Because through regular practice of yoga, we of course achieve personal enlightenment, good health, both physically and mentally. We contribute to a very good, healthy society also. But at the same time, we contribute to social awareness. Thus, it is not only individual, but also social. And then only it will become a good holistic approach towards yoga. And in this, our students have conducted several yoga camps. About 2,000, 3,000 people attended the yoga Surya Namaskara camps and other yoga camps. And especially during the COVID situation, when people were under a lot of stress, depression, our people reached them. That is digital platform again. our people reached. They actually, they provided a solace to all these suffering people. They said, wherever you are, in whatever situation you are, you don't spend even a penny. You just get connected with us, and our people, our experts will provide necessary counseling to you, necessary yoga training to you. And thus about 300 people were connected, and we had conducted online yoga, asana, pranayam, meditation courses to them. And along with that, we had conducted the Gita, Bhagavad Gita camps, and thus people really got out of the COVID situation. Otherwise, as you know, it was very stressful situation, especially in the months of March, April, May, till June. It was actually very tough time, and people were facing a lot of problems because they were uncertain what was going to happen. But gradually, though we are asked to follow all the precaution, so our people approached all these people, and they had inspired them to understand the importance of strengthening our own system. It is actually, the diseases are there in the body, and the cure is also there in the body. So we should learn to cope up with the situation by strengthening our system. That is actually increasing or developing our own immunity system. So in that particular direction, our people have extended all kind of instruction to these needy people. And actually, from Aurangabad, I remember, he was under a lot of pressure that he was about to commit suicide also. Somebody advised him to just attend the course. And luckily, after that, he shared his experience with us, that he came out of the tendency, and now he is regularly practicing, a Muslim. But still he said, I am practicing yoga, and I owe a lot to this particular discipline, because it has brought me out of the deceptive snare of this social scenario, the corona, everything. So he said, I thank really. Then we said, we direct everything to yoga, because we are only the ambassadors. We are only like, we are doing the courier service, that sacred traditional knowledge is being just passed on to you. So we do this service, and in coming years, hundreds of years, many people will come and do the same thing. So please get connected with the yoga. It may not be our institute, it may be any other institute, but be connected, we told. So this is our experience during these particular months of corona, that people realized, and people are practicing, and people are really experiencing the benefits of yoga. And then recently the government has introduced the national education policy, and all educational institutions like our university are studying and working on that to see whether an institutional development plan can be created, incorporating all the major parts of the education policy. And I would like to tell you that it is really great that at every place there is one point emphasized all the way. This is interdisciplinary studies, and especially 22.11, 19, 20, they focus more on the study of languages for a complete living. See, the languages are not neglected, and the liberal arts, the concept is introduced. Interdisciplinary studies, it has been very much emphasized. And in this particular one, there is yoga, holistic health through yoga. Holistic health through yoga is also very much emphasized. And in that, they have recently they have organized Yoga Olympiad also, where about 122 states, 22 states and number of participants, they also participated. And now they are going to make it a regular event like International Day of Yoga. So Yoga Olympiad, International Day of Yoga, all these are to create awareness about the true nature of yoga and the benefits of yoga, especially because, as I told you earlier, the diseases are with us, the cure is also with us. So therefore, if we really understand the importance of yoga in our life, and see, giving up all laziness, if we really practice yoga 35 minutes to 40 minutes every day, including all the physical movements, the breathing patterns, and meditation, really we will contribute to social health also, because we will not be taking any medicine. We will be happy and healthy within, and thus we will be contributing. So in this particular process, we are making the complete IDP in our institute, incorporating all the major points of the education policy. And in this direction, I would like to just share this information with all the participants, that yoga is, it is a lifestyle, and that lifestyle should be made as a part of our education, so that whatever social ills, social bad practices we are observing, and we are actually we would like to discard them away. We would like to, actually most of us don't like all these things happening around us. We just respond in negative, and we discuss with others only. But now, if we can really impart the authentic yoga education to all these citizens of not only this nation, the entire globe, then we can expect a total decrease in not only crime rates, in all the bad practices also. So in this way, yoga can positively contribute to a very holistic health. And in this process, we should take into consideration all the public. 130 crores Indians are there, but how many people are really practicing yoga? How many people know about yoga, and how many people have a good access to authentic yoga practice? So all these are to be considered, and it should be made compulsory, not only as education, but also a lifestyle, that even a person who has not got any direct access to yoga education, that means not got admitted in any institute, also will be able to practice yoga. So that should be the motto of the education policy. And in this manner, we also can contribute, that we can create awareness camps around, as we are doing. We have been doing that around our own Ramtek village, that so many villages are there around, and all these people, they know nothing about yoga, all these Sanskrit, etc. But we approach them and we tell them, see, yoga is not something you buy in the market. It is you know about the practice. So we tell them, all the ladies, all the gents, all the farmers, so they are all very happy that whatever little movements they can do, so that they do. And thus we feel really elated that we are contributing a very healthy society. So dear sir, these are my experiences and views, and I would like to listen to other speakers also, and we will have a question answer session. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Professor Madhusudan, for enlightening us in the field of yoga. You have covered many things. We have a lot of questions. Let us see if we could get some time to interact with you in future. And next, third panelist, we have our one of the very renowned speaker. We have Evangelia from the field where we are.
How do we ask a question?
Ma'am, can we take question after Madam Evangelia speaks, because we will be having panel discussion afterward? All right. May I invite Madam Evangelia to have her views on this holistic health and global citizenship education, which is a new focus as per our new education policy, as well as national education policy of India. So may I invite to Madam Evangelia on this particular topic of holistic health and global citizenship.
Hello, everyone. Thank you very much for inviting me to share my experiences and views regarding this theme. I will speak from the educator's perspective, and I would like to start with some key messages how we can pursue holistic wellness education. First of all, we need to focus on an innovative framework, and it has to be also grounded in scientific evidence and a multi-level framework, and flexible and transferable to all people around the world. That's why it has to be global. And apart from that, it should also be sustainable, and that can be made through the symbiosis actually of the pillars for holistic wellness pathway. I will particularly discuss the Australian State New South Wales Wellbeing Framework for schools that has been forwarded by the Department of Education and Communities, that I found very interesting and very, very well grounded in scientific research. The NSW Department of Education is committed to creating quality learning opportunities for children and young people, and it includes strengthening of their cognitive, physical, social, emotional, and spiritual development. Now, about the concept of well-being from the educator's perspective, it is a contemporary and forward-focused concept. The concept of well-being is not a new one, and a wealth of evidence is available. So here in recent years, there have been changes, and we need to take these changes into account. So the contemporary definition of well-being refers to the quality, there is some background noise, okay, refers to the quality of a person's life. So the key concept here is quality. In the literature also recognizes the multidimensionality of the concept of the well-being. And I would like to particularly foreground the contexts where well-being is described. The cognitive well-being is associated with the personal growth, the development and achievement and success. The emotional well-being is associated with self-awareness and emotional regulation. The social well-being foregrounds the positive relationship and connectedness with others. The physical well-being is related to the nutrition and preventative healthcare, physical activity and safety. And the spiritual well-being has to do with the culture and the community connection, as well as with the personal beliefs, values, and ethics. How can schools now positively influence the well-being of students? First of all schools are required to have a similar well-being framework rationale. And there is a strong need to ensure all schools are provided with guidance regarding planning, and not only planning, but also evaluating and measuring impact of all these approaches and programs that are under discussion. I would like to move on now to the 7 elements of the well-being framework. The elements are teaching and learning. Thank you. Teaching and learning, because we need to focus on the factors that contribute to well-being from an educator's point of view. We also need to focus on behavior discipline and character education for well-being, learning and support that comes from personalized learning and individualized instruction. Parents can also be consulted and contribute to the planning and support of the child's individual learning. Professional practice, all staff should undertake mandatory training to comply with legislative and policy requirements. Effective leadership training, students, staff, and parents contribute to the leadership of the school. Effective leadership guides can also be promoted for a highly effective school, because we talk about school's excellence here. And for school planning, the well-being school excellence framework can be addressed for school planning and implementation as well. Now, the most important part of my talk and my experiences has to do with the evidence-based strategies and how I call them mechanisms for well-being. For the spiritual well-being, I have to recommend, and I can recommend the following ones. Students have to be given activities that promote meaning and purpose. We need, as educators, to encourage the voice, to give students voice in their learning. How we can do this? Through formal leadership structures, through peer support and peer mentoring. Yes, students can collaborate and they can work together. We can also foster the collaborative skills. This is how we, this is the notion of peer mentoring. We should also increase, as educators, all the students' opportunities to share their thoughts and opinions, such as being involved in learning materials and even marking criteria, not only to be prepared by educators, but also it is a journey that they can be involved in for their well-being as well, to feel that they are contributors to this journey and help create we can also talk about the programs as well. They can voice and they can express their opinions. So students have a voice, they have a choice as well. They can select from a list of projects, choose how to present an assignment, if it's going to be PowerPoint, if it's going to be an essay, if it's going to be a video. Give them some influence, in other words, that they feel that they can contribute. And this can be heightened when they come into contact with influential people. These people can be the principal, they can be the teachers, they can be members from student bodies or communities, and they can also help in classroom rules, discipline, teaching and learning, topics that support, they can forward topics that have to do with counseling or well-being initiatives, extracurricular activities that they can be involved, even to join sports teams and decide on their excursions, even fundraising activities regarding social activities at schools, co-planning of learning, co-development, and seating arrangements as well. They should also establish firm relationships, strengthen the student-teacher relationship, and scaffold the students' participatory skills to prioritize dialogue between students and adults, and especially with those that are in positions of authority, such as the school executives. We need to work, in other words, towards a culture of participation. Another type of participation is the student feedback. We should welcome students' feedback. And it is an important aspect to improve teaching and the learning cycle and make them feel spiritually eudaimonic. About the social well-being strategies, a few words. It is important to promote positive relationships and connectedness, to greet the students by their name, to show interest in their lives outside the classrooms, outside the walls, to negotiate classrooms rules with them, not just to impose on them, to encourage and value their voice, as I said before, to take decisions and prepare them for global citizenship, to become decision makers and policy makers, to feel the awareness of how it is to become and be prepared for a leader, the leader of the next generation. They should also communicate all the positive expectations for learning and behavior. And we should also speak to students privately about any kind of problem they might face. We should promote the concept of pro-social behavior, which refers to the voluntary actions that are intended to help and benefit other individuals or groups of the same team. We should teach social skills, the soft skills, very important notion as well. About the cognitive now well-being strategies that should be, that we should, as educators, pay attention to, have to do with minimizing the cognitive load. Because if they feel bombarded with so much pieces of information, then they stop get engaged. So we as educators, for their well-being, their cognitive well-being, is to prepare them to have certain brain breaks, because the human brain can only process a small amount of new information and can process large amounts of stored information. We can increase engagement and cognitive functioning and help them to perceive competence and not just cognitive overload. We can target teaching within their zone of proximal development and prepare their scaffolding. to set realistic goals. Sometimes we teach, we ask, but have we ever asked them how much they can learn? It's not only in one direction. I can be in an authoritative position and I can bombard my students with knowledge, but it should be reciprocal. I state, they give me feedback, and this has to become, in this way, it has to become more multidimensional. So we can ask them to create mind maps and contribute and begin a lesson like, what did you learn from our previous lesson? Can you please pause and express your opinions and just discuss it with the other students? So we should move from the simple to a complex order and not bombard students.
Hello, re.
Now, let me finish, please.
Please be muted.
Yes. I'm moving towards the last strategies. Visuals can also be used because it is a great avenue for explaining concepts to students. About the emotional well-being now, the psyche, the human psyche. We can create safe classrooms, playgrounds, and online learning, safe online environment, to give them clear expectations, structures and routines, to foster positive language, political correctness, the way we address people, even marginalized groups of students, even students that fall into the category of disruptive behavior, they have to be taken into consideration for their psyche and well-being, the quality of our instructions. We should teach emotional skills and enhance their self-regulation. We should also reduce the affective filters of depression, anxiety, and learning disabilities. We should build resilience, be flexible. And about the last one, the physical well-being strategies, we can promote the notion of health education. We can propose riding bikes to school. These simple strategies can make a huge difference. We can provide school lock-up areas for bicycles and promote the idea of exercising. We support active play during recess or lunch or before school, actually. We can provide sport equipment, movement breaks, and this is how we can create a safe environment. Good nutrition and sleep as well are important because students can help by making posters around the school to raise awareness, classroom debates about nutrition and sleep, school gardens. Students can grow fresh herbs and vegetables, learn about nature, nutrition and health, and develop a sense of ownership that they master what they know through practicing what they have learned. Even school canteens, health school canteens, the students learn how to choose healthy food and follow healthy canteen policy for the promotion of healthy eating habits. So the school approach has to share a common vision, a common ground. We are awakeners and we are visionaries. My recommendations now, I would like to pause for a while, just 1 or 2 more minutes, and say that we need to overcome 8 major barriers for an effective implementation of the framework and the strategies I just proposed. We should eliminate the lack of policies and guidelines. There should be sufficient amount of timeliness and budget allocation as well. Lack of coordination, we should minimize lack of coordination among related ministries and stakeholders. We should minimize lack of technical capacity on human resources and training. Also, lack of quality and quantity of resources for implementation, lack of monitoring and evaluation, and cultural barriers to implementation. We should foster policy harmonization and political will. If we do these things, all the barriers can be eliminated. And it is also important to talk about student feedback and teacher reflections. Teachers can use checklists as well and reflect upon themselves. Have I actually invited my class and my students to talk and express the way they feel, the way they see things around them, and then measure them and interpret their voice? Thank you very much. That was the epitome and my official closure of my talk.
Thank you so much, Madam Evangelia, for your such great inputs. And I have seen, because time is a constraint, otherwise we would have gone for the several questions also. Dr. Das,
Ask Dr. Preeti, she's supposed to leave. If she has got to any input she has to give. Dr. Preeti.
yes, Dr. Preeti, though you have already covered with the CGPA should reflect entire personality of a person or a child, should not only for the marks and all. Though only one thing which has come is the totality. In totality, as a youth, today's time is little difficult when they are forced to go in this pandemic situation. But even they have learned how to involve themselves in the holistic health well-being, I would believe. So your last closer remark, I would love to listen that what kind of integration do you feel from school children till university level? What kind of integral part you want to be included in our education?
Thank you. So I would like to say there was a CII experiment which was done in India. So if you follow your passion, probably you will able to concentrate, you will be mentally stable, and whether it is yoga, so whether it is so two experiments I would like to say. I have introduced that somebody is playing guitar, so credits for that. It's a course for your passion. And so we have on that. So whether it is playing, whether it is marathon, so you do what you like, and 0.5 to 1 credit we have given, and we have seen wonderful results. Apart from that, the induction program which we are introducing in Indian system now, which takes care of, so yoga being the important part of that, especially for the computer science. Like I belongs to the engineering background, so we have introduced power yoga. Some quick shots wherein you really enjoy. You can you take a breath, you calm down, and then you perform yoga nidra for that purpose, which gives a really natural healing for if you are really very panicky. So I would say to conclude, the holistic development would take place if you introduced your curriculum along with value system, along with your lot of choices to follow your passion for I look at 50% your core, 30% the choices, the skilling part, and 20 to 25% the human values, the generic subjects which should be mandatory, whether it is health, hygiene, health of all kind. I consider hygiene, ethics, some part of technology which is essential, some entrepreneurship. To that purpose, the constitution of your local country, the rules, regulation. So all that to be 25% as a mandatory part of professional education, and that's supposed to be the education which is to be taught to every citizen. Even if you have internationalization, so the students who are coming to any of the country, they since they are spending their golden years in that particular country, it is very, very essential that those students must learn the local culture and these values. So that would be my concluding remark. Thank you so much for inviting me to be part of this, and I was really amazed to see and hear the different perspective of the holistic development. Thank you.
Thank you
I'm
so
sorry
much.
I have to leave, so
No,
I will be
thank you
traveling.
so much.
So
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for your such a valuable input, Dr. Preeti Bajaj ji. Before you go, we would request our organizing committee members to present a token of respect to you. May I request the member to present a token of honor to Dr. Preeti Bajaj before she leaves the platform?
Yeah, Dr. Preeti, we are so happy to have you. And this is a certificate of honor which is from Global Wellness Forum. We have been working together since long, and we will like to work together in.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Dr. Preeti Bajaj. It's an honor for us listening you in such a very critical moment. And thank you so very much. Before we proceed and conclude, we have Professor Madhusudanji, who has presented entire his idea. And yoga was the vision, you can say that, complete integration in his narration. One thing which many of the our guests they ask in the chat box, which even Professor Madhusudan has answered already. So I would not go to repeat the same question. Only one thing is this: how the holistic healing will change under the new education policy. This has been a question asked by Mr. Ramesh Lakshmanji, and this question has been answered by you also, but there were some more questions. So before I conclude today's this session, I would request you to please answer how holistic healing will change this entire global health.
Thank you, sir. Ramesh ji, I really appreciate the question. But as you said, the answer is within that. See, when government takes up some initiative, it actually percolates. It gets to the roots of education. When we individuals take it, of course, we reach many people. But when government takes from the Kashmir to Kanyakumari, from all these regions, we expect a positive response to that. And government has made it a part of education policy. Otherwise, individuals and institutions have been working on that. And they have been actually delivering good result also. But we all do know when government starts something, it gets to the roots. So therefore, in the education policy, when they have insisted on the right yoga education towards holistic health, so people will definitely get exposed to new approach to yoga, because otherwise it was only practiced in caves and mountain tops or forests. But now people are not going outside. Yoga has come to their homes everywhere. It has come into their life. So people are now facing it very easy that it has become a part of their own life. Because if you just open on the TV, so you watch Ram Baba and others, many other spiritual healers, so they're all doing wonderful job there. And if they open their smartphones also, they find a lot of instructions, lot of teaching in yoga. So therefore, now yoga has come into our life, and now it is inevitable that we open up ourselves and welcome it. And when a person is really changed within, so that particular change will positively contribute to the social health also, that I have been reiterating. So this individual health, individual change, that actually accounts for the social health as a whole. So therefore, new education policy will make very, I should say, rapid and very dynamic changes in social scenario also. As Madam was telling us, in school education also, these are to be encouraged through quiz competitions and posters, all that Evangelia Madam was insisting on that, and really very useful inputs. And Bajaj Madam, she has also provided very good input, and putting all these together. So we will definitely work out on a perfect design of yoga education that can contribute to not only Indian this society, but world society. So we can contribute to all these, that they will also find the importance of yoga in their life. And if one person is really motivated, so the entire family will be motivated, and thus it will enter into the society, and society is nothing but groups of individuals. So therefore, all the individuals should take this as very important in their.
Yes.
Thank you, sir.
Professor Madhusudan ji, your this line that yoga is lifestyle. It's not exercise, it's lifestyle, and we have to integrate. Thank you so very much.
And I would like to, sir, with your pardon me, with your permission, I would like to add one sentence that
please,
we have entered into MOU with our Jain madam, this institute. So it is under MOU that we are reaching people. So you are all in your places, but we are able to see you all, share our feelings and views and understanding with you all. This is possible because of our Jain ma'am and Chimtanwale madam. So really, thank you. I thank all these great souls for this noble work. And Mishra sir, thank you so much, sir.
Thank you so
Thank
very
you, Penna
much.
sir. Thank you,
Yes.
Penna sir, for coming. Being dean, you gave consent and your university got affiliated with us. So we are very grateful to Vice Chancellor, you and your team of people.
Yes.
May I
We have
request?
a very good team, ma'am. Yeah.
May I request?
Zaina Akhtar madam is also very influencing. Thank you, ma'am.
From our side, we have a token of honor and respect to Professor Madhusudan Penaji. May I request to present the token of love and respect to Professor and Dr. Madhusudan.
Yeah,
This is for
I
you,
would
sir.
like Meher Moose madam to present this token to the Penna sir. Meher Moose madam, Vice Chancellor of Zoroastrian College. If you can unmute Madam Moose, she can present that.
Meher Moose, ma'am, I think she's, yeah. Ma'am, your mic is not unmuted.
Zoroastrian College. We are very proud. We are very proud of Dr. Manju Jain for being the head of the Bhaktama section division of our Jain Studies Department of Zoroastrian College, and congratulate her for this marvelous program. I've enjoyed every minute of it, and I congratulate the lady to whom we are presenting the certificate, because she herself,
Dean Penna
she
sir.
herself is a dean and a teacher of a department in which holistic health is foremost. So may I present this to Madhusudan Penna with great help.
Thank you for your blessings, ma'am. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for your blessings, and thank you so much, Professor Madhusudan Penaji, for valuable inputs. Now, may I have a pleasure to invite Professor Evangelia ji, and she has actually presented her 8 points in the end, which covered entire teaching, learning, and holistic development of a child. And even she has said, we are awakened, we are visionary. So this is where we feel that if we are awakened and we show our visionary aspect in presenting our 21st century, we are going to fulfill our requirements and need. With this, I believe we have got sufficient inputs from Dr. Evangelia. And ma'am, your presentation was really to the point, and I personally enjoyed a lot, because the way you have given your inputs in the bullet form in the end, that covered entire structure of teaching and learning process. And with this note, we thank you on behalf of entire this Global Wellness Summit, and may I request to present a token of respect to Dr. Evangelia for this wonderful presentation.
Mrs. Evangelia, yes, thank you.
Mrs. So thank you so very much, ma'am, for having your presentation, and we enjoyed a lot.
Congratulations, ma'am, for wonderful presentation. And we would like to inculcate our 6th shloka, which enhances IQ and memory skills. And we would like to do research with you and with your organization. So we will work together in future with blessings of Dr. Meher Moose, madam. Ma'am, it's so nice to see you. You are like an angel.
Really?
Thank you, Ved sir, for being a wonderful moderator. You have conducted the first panel discussion beautifully. We are obliged for the wonderful conduction, and we would like to offer you a certificate of honor. Can we please have the certificate for Ved sir? Can we please have the certificate? Yes.
Yeah, Ved sir, your voice is so cool, so much patience we can see in you when you
Thank you so
moderate the
much.
session.
Thank you
So
so very much.
congratulations. It was so nice hearing you, and it will be great to be associated with DPS. We were earlier also working with DPS Nagpur in Sagar and Bhilai, Raipur. So we will work with you.
Ma'am, thank you so very much. And I'm actually thankful to Dr. Das because he is my mentor. And he brought whatever in my information and notice today is more than what he has said. And I'm enjoying it. Actually, I'm not leaving any of the sessions from 2 o'clock till 8 o'clock. And I have given my 3 days. And I believe wherever you people are willing to integrate our entire families with you. Thank you so very much, Professor and Dr. Das sir, and everyone in the global.
Yeah, sir. When you are speaking of British Council, this Meera Mawani, who was working editing for me, she used to go to Bareilly very often. Very often she used to go to Bareilly, British Council. Meera
Thank
Mawani.
you so much.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. Now it's time to invite my co-anchor, Dr. C. Mishra, for further proceedings. She is an experienced learning and training management consultant, a certified cognitive behavioral therapy practitioner, and IBM UK certified instructional designer. Over to you, Sini ma'am, for the further proceedings.
Thank you so much. A pleasure listening to all the speakers and a very warm welcome to all of you here. It's my humble request. Yes, as per the schedule, it's supposed to be a tea break. I think I'm getting a caffeine boost just listening to everybody. So those of you who still need their hot cup of tea and coffee, you can kind of, go out for a short break. But without much ado, we would still want to kind of continue with the program. So be back quickly and kind of, just segue into the next section of the program. Our next section is an experience. It is going to be anchored by Acharya Dharendra ji. And he's going to be talking about healing traumas through a simple process of meditation. After this lovely session where we heard about holistic health, how global citizenship and education are the framework, and one of the framework segments as outlined was yoga. So Acharya Dharendra ji doesn't really need an introduction to most of us present over here. But for those whose memory requires a little bit of a jogging, here's a very modest introduction to him. Acharya Dharendra Jain ji has a natural interest in astrology, comes with a formal training in yoga. He also happens to be an entrepreneur in the rest of the world. He is currently pursuing his ultimate spiritual goal, which is the purification of our soul. Actually, imparting knowledge through his discourses and powerful sessions. With a long lineage of enlightened beings that he kind of, leaves behind him, he has, the infinite blessings of Sri Guru. He's involved in cleaning the conscious through pranava, an ages-old shaman tradition of Shudra Parampara, and is passionately conducting workshops and helping lesser mortals such as me to channelize different energy vectors around us. So over to you, Acharya Dharendra Jain ji. I am very, very humbled and honored to have you here with us today.
And emails of various speakers.
Acharya.
Is it possible to have? Yes. Possible to have these emails and the phone numbers of the speakers so we can communicate with them. Hello, this is Mayor Mastermoo speaking.
Yeah, ma'am, everybody will. Yeah, ma'am, everybody will put in the chat box. All the speakers will put.
Manju, I think it's better you give it to ma'am instead of she reading it from the chat box. I think we should give it to her directly. Send her a mail
Yes, send it to her. Send by email so that I can keep it permanently.
Because she may not be able to be comfortable taking it from the chat here. We will send it like directly.
Yes, send by email. That would be the best. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Yes.
So over to you, Dr. Acharya Dharendra ji, who will take us to no thought position, thoughtlessness. In this era, there is so much of a bombardment of information. So Acharya Dharendra ji, who is associated with Arogya Bharati, he is an engineer, mechanical engineer, but by passion, he is working on meditation, and we have been associated for a long time. So over to Acharya Dharendra ji, he will take us into practice, and you can feel that thoughtlessness. You will really feel such good, that feeling. I want you to feel that no thoughtlessness, no thoughts or thoughtlessness position.
Thank you, Manju ji.
Yeah. Yes, Simiji.
Acharya ji, we are excited, and if you're ready, we can get started.
Yeah. Thank you, Simi ji. Thank you, Manju ji. Namaste. Namaste to all. I welcome you all in the session of healing trauma through meditation. An ages-old Shraman tradition. We have talked about yoga. The ultimate goal of yoga is to bring yourself to the state of dhyan, that is meditation. But before going through some practical experience, we'll have to have a look into what a trauma actually is. According to American Psychological Association, trauma is an emotional response to a terrible event. Cambridge Dictionary also quotes trauma as severe emotional shock and pain caused by an extremely upsetting experience. Emotional signs include sadness, anger, denial, fear, shame, resulting in changing sleep patterns, insomnia, and emotional outbursts. While physical symptoms like nausea, loss of appetite, irregular bowel movement, headaches, gastrointestinal problems, dizziness, and a lot more. While psychologically, you feel PTSD, post-traumatic stress disorder, anxiety, dissociative disorders, some abuse or drug problems, and in acute conditions, some panic attacks, some suicidal attacks, suicidal thoughts, deep depression, etc. Now, this is what you actually see. Now, in order to decode it spiritually, we have to go into some basics of life forces, which we call Tattva Mimamsa, or simply a metaphysics. In Bharat, Acharyas not only explained the healing or the cure part of it, but also searched deeper into the cause, which seems to be a random event of life. Any trauma happens, it seems to be unplanned. But in Bharat, we have a tradition of researching. The root cause and timing of any traumatic event was also decoded through Nimitta Gyan. We have to understand it a bit. There coexist three bodies in us. Within this body, there are three bodies coexisting. Their physical body made of 5 basic elements, which we call Adharik or Sthul Sharira, which is made of 5 basic elements called Panch Tattva, which comprises brain and processing logics. We all know the physical body, as we can feel the pain, comfort, etc. in it. In fact, it is a medium of experience and vehicle of journey, which Acharyas called Sharira Madhyam Khalu Dharma Sadhana. Now, the second body which coexists is the current body or the astral body, which they call Tejas Sharira. And the third body is the karmic body or the Karmana Sharira. These three bodies coexist with the soul or the Chetna. Any trauma which is experienced physically or emotionally is experienced in this plane of physical body only, Adharika or Sthul Sharira. But its impact or the damage is deep-rooted into the astral body. Moreover, main cause of any such occurrence has its deep root into the karmic body. The timing, the occurrence, the impact of the event has its connection with the karmic body. Working on karmic body can prevent any such incident, or its impact can be even reduced to a larger extent. The impact is called as Anubhava in Shramana texts, which has been dealt in detail, and the timing, which is called Abadha Kala Udayavali. So this is the prevention part of it, which can be dealt with higher meditative states. But the process which deals with it is termed as Samudghata by Acharyas. Now we'll try to decode the healing or the cure portion after it occurs. We do understand that any impact seen physically is manifestation of some final event in astral level. So the proper cure only can be done by cleansing at the astral level. For any emotional trauma to be effective, few fundamentals are to be understood. There is a sutra, Atma Pradeshanam Sankocha Vikocho Yoga. Dhawla is a text 7/2. This sutra has been experienced by Shamana yogis and was documented some 1200 years ago. It says that the soul has the power to expand and contract, which usually occupies the same space as the physical body. But in special and rare cases when trauma happens, it contracts. During any traumatic phase, the soul undergoes contraction because of the fear. This continued contraction is manifested into different physical, emotional, and psychological disorders. Whatever we manifest, whatever we see is because of this contraction. So any activity which promotes expansion of the soul or the Jiva Tattva is going to heal the trauma. So the basic concept is to go for the expansion. This can be done through meditation. There are basic steps and there are basic processes. There are two kinds of processes right now. One is through Anahat and another is through Samaik. Anahat is the omnipresent eternal sound which resonates in the universe. It is manifested as Om or Pranam in Bharat. The second process is called Samaik. Anahat or Om can be experienced only after undergoing some cleansing process, and it's a lengthy one. So we'll take the Samaik process here to have a feel, practically experience it. For going to Samaik, we'll have to go through a process for thoughtlessness. First of all, we'll have to settle the thoughts, settle the thought process, and bring this physical body in a state of equilibrium. And then the second stage is to take a journey inwards and work on the expansion of the bhavanas, which we call the positive vibes. These vibes are dealt in detail in Patanjali Yoga also, and in Shraman texts also. They call it Bhavana Chatushya. So we see that the spirituality can play a pivotal role in our holistic well-being and of great help in our daily course. Once we learn the technique, it's a matter of 10 to 15 minutes only to have a glimpse of the journey. We have to spare a few minutes for ourselves and try and experience Niralamba Dhyan, as Dr. Manju Jain said, to declog your brain, calm your mind, and rearrange your thought process. This usually is followed by Samaik, or the expansion of the vibes, part 2, which actually is a healing process. Just a few minutes for your own self to go within for the sanitization of your inner world. So we'll have to prepare for it. If you're ready for it, we have to dim the lights, dim your lights, your air source, fans, air conditioners, we have to lower them. and get prepared for a journey inwards. For that, we have to sit in any Dhyanatmaka asana, preferably Sukhasana, in which you have to sit with your legs folded and hands joined one above another. If you are sitting on a chair, then you can cross your legs and put your hands one above the another. For ladies, left portion should be above, and for gents, right portion should be above. So we take the positions, we'll take our own time and take the position. Sthir Sukhamasana. We'll have to sit, stand still, with our neck and the back straight, perpendicular to the earth, eyes closed and teeth closed. Just take your own time. Get prepared, because in coming few minutes, we have to go nowhere but inside. It's a time to be within. We call it Sandhya Kala, the time of sunset, quite appropriate for this activity. Let your body fill with the eternal pleasure. Just sit straight with your back and neck straightened and smile. So much so that the smile comes onto your face. Let the pleasure ooze out of your body. Just motivate yourself. Turn yourself on to be in pleasure. Let the pleasure ooze out. We are here to release the tensions, pressure, and stress and declog ourselves, reset our clocks. To start with, from the right toe, concentrate yourself on your right toe and convince each and every cell over there to relax. Extend your friendship to each and every tissue and the cell of your right toe and convince them to relax. As you have to go nowhere in coming 20 minutes, they can relax. Extend this relaxation to all the fingers, from the sole up to the heel, each and every cell, each and every tissue. They can relax. Extend this relaxation from the heel to the calf, each and every muscle, up to the knee. A simple persuasion to relax. A journey upward, hamstring, thighs, femur, up to the lower back. Just move upwards, simply suggesting to relax. In the left toe, extend the process up to the heel. From the calf to the knee, each and every tissue of your knee. Your legs are at your service 24/7. Now they can relax, as you have to go nowhere. From the thighs up to the lower back. Lower back. Just a gaze in your lower back. Mind your posture. From the tailbone, inside the vertebra, covering each and every vertebra, and just a gentle persuasion to relax. From the tailbone, up to the neck. C1 to C5. This process of relaxation, an extension of friendship to each and every cell of your own body, towards your left and towards your right in the back, covering the whole back. Unless and until you take care of your body, how can you take care of your soul? Neck. Covering the whole back, again at the tailbone. A bit forward. Called Muladhara, and upward inside the stomach. Inside the stomach, have a clockwise movement covering all the organs, uterus, kidneys, ovaries, pancreas, gallbladder, liver, stomach, spleen, duodenum, jejunum, intestines. Have a clockwise movement, relaxing each and every organ, up to the navel center. Covering the movement, come at the navel center. Just extend your friendship at your navel center. Stay there for a few moments and smile. Taking the journey upward at Anahata, center of your chest, from the navel center, crossing the diaphragm, center of your chest, and smile. Now the process in two folds. Firstly, towards your left, where actually heart is situated. Have a circular movement in your left portion of the chest, covering the four portions of the heart, which we call Alinda, Nilaya, Alinda, Nilaya. All the valves, nodes, arteries and veins. Just have a gaze and a suggestion to relax with a smile. The center, towards the right, each and every LOI, have a circular movement clockwise in the right portion of your chest. Don't make it mechanical. We have to go deep, finer. with all joy. Come at the center. Meet each and every cell over there. Proceed upwards. Thymus. Upwards. Throat. Vishuddhi chakra. Yogis called it your throat. Thyroid, parathyroid, endocrine glands, the food pipe, windpipe. Have a gaze and persuasion to relax. From the throat, deeper into the neck. Your neck, it shall be straight, but without any tensions. Towards the right shoulder, each and every muscle of the right shoulder. Work on it. Proceed further to the elbow, up to the wrist and the palm. In the right hand, up to the fingertips. Again, coming to the neck, towards the left, your left shoulder, each and every muscle. They're always strained. Just persuade them to relax. Up to the fingertips. In the left hand, charity begins from home. Again, the neck, covering the body, will cover the control center. Upwards, back of the skull. They called it Medha. Center point at the back. Stay there for a few moments and have a circular movement. Making it as a center, as a halo. Relax each and every cell, each and every cartilage, each and every bone. Medulla oblonga. From there to the top of the skull. Sahasrara. Sahasradal Kamal, they called it. Your body is in a pyramidical shape and you are at the top. The science of shape is going to help you. Sahasrara, at the top of your skull. Just stay there and smile. Very simple process. A clockwise movement in your skull. Step by step. Persuading each and every cell to relax. From the Sahasrara, move forward up to the forehead. Your forehead, with all the muscles strained all the times, it's time to relax. Your forehead, each and every muscle over there, up to the eyebrows, up to the eyes, and the muscles circulating your eyes. Just drop the tension, coming down from the nose up to the lips. Inside the mouth, teeth, gum, tongue, each and every cell up to the chin. Cover your face to increase your face value. Smile. Again, Sahasrara, top of the skull, at the center. We are preparing for the next step. At the Sahasrara, stay for a while, smile, and the next step is a free fall. Release yourself as if you are drowning in a deep ocean, without any bonds, without anything. Just freely fall down, going down, going down, and going down, as if you are going into a deep ocean. Just release every bond fearlessly. Just start drowning, going down and down and down. Your total existence is going down. Free from any bonds, let it go. Let it move downwards. And place yourself at your navel center. Just place yourself at your navel center. Take another step. If you feel like you can go more deeper, take another chance and go more deeper and more deeper into your navel center, inside. And just stay over there. Place yourself at your own navel center and smile like a child in the womb. No body part will move, only the breath, as and when required at your navel center. Just a rhythmic movement at your navel center, that too for the breath, as and when required. Your body requirements are at minimum. Nature has given you everything in ample, but you are taking the minimum required. No other body part is moving. Thought process is calmed down, and you are sitting at your own navel center and just smiling like a baby in the womb. For the next step, that is extension of the bhavanas or the positive vibes from the navel center. Your navel is going to nourish each and every cell of your body. Through the process, you'll extend your message of friendship, which they called Maitri, from your navel center to each and every cell of your body. Simply concentrate at your navel center and extend a message of friendship from your navel center. Just your navel center. Your total existence is at that place. You're radiating. You're extending the Maitri from your navel center to your own self, each and every cell of your body. Is affected by that Maitri Bhavana. Your breath is at your minimum, as and when required. No other body part will move. You are sitting at your navel center, just about to enter in this world and extending the positive vibes of Maitri from your navel center to your own body. Now this extension in the room which you are sitting, this friendship, Maitri Bhavana, is to be extended outside your body like an incense stick. Anyone passing through can feel it. Like a lit candle, the light enlightens the room. Similarly, the extension of your vibes from your navel center will enlighten the room, and each and every living organism in the room will be affected. Just radiate from your navel center. Accumulate yourself at your navel center and take a step forward up to your Anahat chakra, or the center of the chest. Place yourself at the center of your chest with rhythmic breathing at the chest only, but only as and when required. At the center of your chest, you may feel some heat, some palpitation at that point. And again, the radiation starts, the Karuna Bhavana, the positive vibes to help others, to heal others from the center of your chest, Karunya Bhav. Just have a glimpse, have a gaze at that point and start radiating. You have immense power in you. You have the power to heal. Explore your own powers and just radiate. As you lit a light source, which enlightens the whole room. Just ignite your own light source at your chest. Unless and until your thought processes to the minimum, you can't experience it. Your breathing intake is at your minimum. Your oxygen requirement is at your minimum. And you're trying to align yourself to have a glimpse of the light that ever glows inside you. To be a healer. First of all, to heal your own self, and then to every living organism which they called Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam and Pranamyam Idam Sarvam. This is ages-old tradition practiced through ages and has been taught to us through Sutta Jnana. To Conclude the process. Come at the Agya Chakra at the center of your forehead, between the eyebrows just above. Place your palms in your face. Take 1 or 2 deep breaths and exhale from the mouth. Rub your hands and your face. Just conclude the process. You can feel the serenity and the peace. Although it was new for few, but still. Over to Simiji. Any questions if anyone wants to ask? Although one don't feel like saying anything, but still.
No, I think Acharya ji, everybody is just feeling so deeply relaxed and different that questions are difficult to articulate right now. But I do have a couple of questions. Chandra Kumar Jain ji is asking if meditation can be done while sleeping.
There are 2 things. For sleeping, you can do this practice also. But typically, meditation and sleeping are 2 different things. Although the state is the same, but there's a very fine difference, which we call pragya. While sleeping, you're not into your control. While meditating, you just watch the things going on. While sleeping, you cannot watch it. But if you are insomniac, you want to sleep, you can go through this process also.
Sure. So thank you, Acharya ji, for that wonderful session. I think we all are absolutely quiet because of the depth at which we are at this stage.
I got one question.
I would now invite us to kind of, hello?
Can I ask a question to Acharya ji?
He has one question. Yes, Shashikant.
Yes.
Yes, please. Yes.
I suppose sitting in the sitting or sleeping, if they get the sleep, go in the sleep, then what will happen?
Not getting it.
If they sit or sleep,
Sleeping. If we go
they
into
get to sleep.
If you go into sleep, it's initially good because you exert so much to sleep. Nowadays, insomnia is so common. So as far as sleeping is concerned, if you want to sleep, you can do it. But for final meditation sessions, there are more sessions. If you feel sleepy, then there are another courses also which can help you get out of it. There's a program called Chakramanam, which can get rid of sleep and all. But if you aspire to sleep, you can go.
It comes automatically because somebody may. I am also healer. I also give them meditation. I see the people are getting sleep. Then what to do? That is why I ask you. Thank you for getting the result.
That is because meditation is a secondary act. Initially, you have to go for some cleansing process, either pranayam or some other cleansing processes. That's a 21-day schedule. You have to go through that schedule. Then only you can enter into meditation.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you very much. Dhanyavad.
Thank you, Acharya ji. Thank you, and thank you for that wonderful thought-provoking question. We now will kind of, present our token of deep respect and appreciation to Sir by giving a certificate of honor. Could we please have the certificate of honor on the screen? Thank you, Acharya ji.
Thanks.
I would like Dr. Das to present this certificate to Acharya ji. Acharya ji, your meditation will bring anybody out of trauma. And when you take them deep into the ocean, they will really be washed out of trauma. And Scientology director Marian always used to say that whenever you are in trauma, you must go back to that position. You must touch that. There is an assisted therapy by which they take you to that position, that same situation, and then you can easily come out of trauma. So your meditation will really help us. And thank you for coming.
Thank you, Mr. Das. Thank you, Dr. Manju, for inviting me and giving me the opportunity.
I would just highlight one thing about their organization, that they just give Ayurvedic medicines with mantra just for 1 rupee and maximum 2 rupees to all saints. And that is the only organization where it is written that no donations accepted. So for that, I really admire this organization, and they work very silently for years. So thank you, Acharji, for the medicine. And
Thanks, everyone, for being patient with me, listening to me.
Thank you.
Yes, Simi.
Thank you, sir.
Miss Simi.
Yes, I would now kind of, move on to the next part of our program today. There has been a slight change. We will actually be preponing our panel discussion as people from outside of India are going to be joining us. And we would be then kind of, having the Healy session after the panel discussion. So without much ado, I'm just kind of moving on to the topic, which is rising graph of depression amongst youth factors and remedies. Today, if you look at it, every 100 minutes, there is a teen who's actually taking his own life or her own life. Suicide is nowadays counted as the third most common leading cause of death in young people. And about 20% of the teens actually experience some kind of a depression even before they reach adulthood. What is happening? We don't know. What is causing it? We don't know either. So only 30% of the depressed teens are actually being even treated. So what is the reason behind it? Why this graph is rising so terribly? And this seems like a very dangerous time for our young people, our young children, and we don't even know what is the cause. We are seeing more and more anxiety and depression in children all over the world. So with that, as an introduction, I would like to introduce to you our panelists for today. We have got Gloria Goldberg from US, and we've got Kriti Lata Ram from Mauritius. Gloria is from Florida, US. She is an orator, a podcaster, and runs a campaign against depression and anxiety. Whereas Kriti Lata Ram from Mauritius is a senior advisor to the former Prime Minister of Mauritius. She is the board governor at the University of Technology, Mauritius, and the founder director of SSR Disability Service Center, the first NGO in disability sector at national level in Mauritius, and has been there since 2011. And with that, before I open the panel discussion, I would like to also introduce to you our moderator for the day, Dr. Richa Prakash. So over to you, Richa ji, for taking this discussion and the panel with the panelists forward.
Thank you, Ms. Mishra. Good evening, everyone. And on behalf of the Global Wellness Forum, and especially Dr. Das, I welcome you all once again. And I welcome the panelists, as already introduced by Ms. Mishra, Ms. Goldberg, and Ms. Ram. At the end of, we can have the time distributed in, say 20 minutes each, so that, and then I'll ring a bell so that, it doesn't intervene the process. I think very important will be that we do have a question hour session, and that will really help the educationists and people from different fields to understand the very important aspects which affect the young minds. Depression is almost endemic after COVID. I think it's another pandemic. So it is something which is so subtle. It is still has certain taboos, due to which many people are not able to speak about it very openly. But I'm sure, the question answer session will be an important one. And we will have, we'll take up questions. In case you have any, please do write in the chat box. at that point in time, so that we don't miss, and we'll try to take as many questions as possible.
Dr. Lisa Bennett has joined.
Oh, wonderful. That's really wonderful, sir. So we have the third panelist with us, Miss Lisa Bennett, and she's from Canada. She would also be joining us. So we have now the time 15 minutes, and we'll try to take up the question answers also as fast as we could. So over to you, Miss Gloria. All yours. Thank you.
Good morning, everybody. Here in Florida, it's 8 a.m. today. Well, I'm a podcaster, and I've been podcasting for a year talking about depression, anxiety, PTSD. And why I talk about that, because I do suffer from depression, anxiety, PTSD from a trauma that I had when I was 25 years old. I was kidnapped in my country for 90 days and held in captivity in the dark. So everything that happens to us traumatic and in a wrong way, in a long way, we're gonna show that eventually in our lives. And why I'm so advocate to talk about depression, anxiety, PTSD, because I know the feelings of that. And I've been going through a lot of study about myself, because in order for you to help other people to heal traumas, you need to heal your own traumas. And what I discovered is we all have all patterns of how they raise us. And there's a lot of patterns, all patterns that doesn't serve us in this world that we live in today. And now the depression and anxiety and the rate of suicide is going up because we are living in a very difficult world. So we are carrying our old patterns that doesn't serve us anymore. For example, domestic violence, violence with women, violence with children, and nobody questioned that. And that resembles in us when we're growing up, when we are small children. We don't know, we don't feel that. And when we grow up, we start having issues, and we start having problems with our relationships, and we start having problems with people, with our environment. And we ask this question all the time: why I have this temper? Why I react this way? Why I don't feel love? Why I cannot give love? Why I treat bad people? Why I hate people? And every time we don't know that, because everything is in the subconscious mind from the traumas growing up. And I said this, when I was growing up, I have a very violent childhood also. Then I had the kidnapped. And then after the kidnap, I feel like, nobody loved me. I feel like nobody understand me. And then I start thinking that, you know what, this problem is just not only from the kidnap situation. This problem is from more deep in the roots of my family. And when I said the old patterns come from the 7 generations before of me. So in my generations before, they teach hate. My generation's gonna teach me hate in some way. If my generations teach violence, that's exactly what I'm gonna learn, and how I can cut all the chain of the family. It's just to be aware of your emotions. And when you are aware of your emotions is when you become to heal. And healing is not overnight. Healing is a long process. It's a very painful process, because you need to face your shadows. You need to face your reality. And when you face your reality is when you start becoming like, oh, this is exactly who I am. This is exactly the way I need to conduct my life. And then you start meditating, and then you feel like you need to change your food intake. Then you start feeling that you need to approach life differently, because you cannot carry the heavy bag that we carry when we have traumas. And when we have traumas, all those traumas relate in our physical body. And then we start having a lot of pain in different parts of the body that we don't understand. And it's because there's a trauma out there, right there, that we need to try to heal. I suffer from panic attacks before. It's because I feel triggered from some situations. So the trauma is still there, but I have to look that trauma. That was my lesson of life. And that trauma is my motor to keep going in life, to heal that trauma and help others to heal their own traumas. And that trauma is better than other trauma. It's just the traumas relate in different ways and to different people. So if you want to go deeper in yourself, just love your traumas and work with your traumas around, and think about that trauma that the universe or your God gave you, it was a tool for you to move on in life and to help others with the same traumas that you have, to help others to move on. And that is what I'm doing with my mission. I'm not a doctor, a therapist, but I'm a woman that I live this life very, very conscious and trying to help my depression and anxiety to always, like I said, to always feel better. And that is my mission. And I will not stop until the day I die to work with people that suffer from this, because I know exactly how it feels. And sometimes we feel in a desperation that we don't know what we're gonna do, but there's a lot of solutions for all these emotional problems. But you, only you, are the only one have the key to transform your life and to transform those traumas to help others in this world. So this is my presentation today. Any questions? I'm open for that.
Thank you, Ms. Goldberg. I think we'll take the questions in the end. And at the end of this panel, when all the panelists have spoken. So I think, your experience and your steadfastness, I'll say, and fortitude in being able to speak in front of such a big group of people listening to you and taking inspiration from you. What I gathered from your entire discourse is that, we have the ability to heal ourselves. We say the world is not good, but then blaming the world is not it. We are the world, we can make it better. And that we can do by internalizing the problems we are facing, understanding it, and working on it. So thank you so much for that insight into your own very painful journey into it. From here, we will now move on to our second panelist, Ms. Bennett. Over to you, please.
There we go. Hello, everyone. I just had to unmute myself. I'm speaking to you from Canada. It's very early in the morning here, and I know that you're on different time zones, so I'm very grateful to be part of this beautiful group of panelists here today, as well as all of the other days that we've been involved. I'm just got someone here. There we go. Okay, so for those of you who have known me over the years, I am someone that's called a space whisperer. I have this amazing capacity that I've had since I was a little girl to read the energy of spaces. And it's literally, I've been called a space whisperer. And this is someone that as children, this is something that we've all grown up with, and we all have the capacity to actually energetically know when you walk into a room that you either love the space or you don't. Children, their bodies don't lie. It's as simple as that. And the gift of this discussion is that we are talking about our youth. And it's interesting. We don't need a lot of words when it comes to the reading energy in spaces. And one of the most important things that I've said over the years of practicing and facilitating classes around the world is our spaces are a reflection of what is going on in our lives. So if a child or a young individual is going through some challenges, is going through depression, is having difficulty in school or in their personal life or in their home, if we could look at what's going on with their spaces, we could support them. So how many of you have children or know of children that spend hours and hours and hours in their room? Now, we know that that's very typical of a teenager, that they love to spend time in their room, that they love to create boundaries from their parents. But there's this fine line between spending time in their room and escaping from what's going on in their lives. And so what I've done with the youth over the years is to actually give them a voice and say, what is it that you would like to do that would be completely different from the rest of the home, as far as decorating, as far as bringing in the things that they loved to do when they were even younger. So whether that was bringing in plants, whether that was bringing in anything that would continuously ground them with Mother Nature, that's something that I've encouraged over the years and encouraged the youth to bring into their rooms so that they can actually start to show their expression in their rooms without turning themselves into becoming more and more and more separated. And this has often, with many families, the mother is the number one individual who talks about how to decorate the home, how to create a home so that it's cohesive in every room. But with children, we've got to give them their form of expression so that they can actually create their own little nurturing space without completely creating this massive boundary between themselves and their family. And to encourage them to speak their truth. Sometimes it's not words, sometimes it's just the energy of walking through the home and going into their room and closing their door, knowing that they can create separation, but without having to close their door and spending hours and hours and hours in there. And so when I've talked to parents and when I've talked to the teenagers, what's often happened is that the teenager is saying, nobody hears me, nobody listens, nobody's listening to what it is I want. And the parents are saying, I don't know what's going on. They've changed. There's something new. And so the greatest gift that we could do is to start to give them the platform and the voice. And sometimes that will show up, and oftentimes it shows up as an expression with their space, their bedroom, which is it's their one room that they can completely separate from the rest of the home as far as how to express themselves. So in order to create this change from going into perhaps more of a depression, more of a separation, then we get into colors. Colors are such a key component for creating a joyful space, a happier space, and literally allowing these beautiful, beautiful youth to choose the colors that they would like to paint within their space, choose the colors of what they would like to create for their bedding. Their colors of their walls could be different. They could be having a painting party with their friends. And it sounds so simple. And yet, if we look right now at all of the individual spaces, and we see within your cameras, your spaces, some of your spaces are blank, as far as it's a blank wall behind you. Others of you have these beautiful bright colors. If I look at Gloria, the previous speaker, if you look at her beautiful wall behind her, she has a joyful space that she's sitting in. It invites you into creating a happy, joyful space. If I look at, there's an individual, her name is Ram, and I look behind her, her curtain is joyful and it's happy and it's fun and it's playful. So be aware that even within this small 2x2 space that you have directly behind you, within the camera, it's telling you a story. You can see behind me, I have plants. I'm always changing this up. I bring in fresh flowers. I play with artwork. Children require a way to express whatever's going on in their lives, and whether that's giving them the gift to go and place artwork that they've created or friends' artwork. Give them the gift to change it up, because their energy is so quick and so fast. And this, my friends, is the beginning of allowing them to speak their voice. They have the most incredible imaginations. And so sitting with them and saying, look, I'd love to change up your bedroom. Let's start with your bedroom. What is it that you would love to do? And let them write out all their favorite things. So I say to them, I'm going to give you a piece of paper, and on that paper, I want you to write the top 10 things that you absolutely have loved to do in your life, whether it's a sport, whether it's an art, whether it's music, whether it's playing on their computer, if there's a computer game, whatever it is. Kids are very connected. They're connected through the internet. They're connected through their computers. And sometimes it creates disconnect from them being in touch with what it is that truly creates joy and happiness for them. So if we can invite them to remind themselves of a time when they were little children and they first got pen and paper and crayons and paint and started to express themselves. Give them the gift of a wall in their room and say, I'd love you to express yourself. Paint something that really inspires you, whether it's a painting or a drawing or free flow drawing with paint on their wall. Then let them do it. Don't worry about the mess. Parents often worry about mess. Mess is creative. Mess is fun. And I know that many of you have studied Vatsu. I've studied Vatsu. I've studied Feng Shui. I'm interior designer, interior decorator. I've worked with people around the world and continue to. And I facilitate classes. So far, 11 different languages I've been translated into. And the one thing I know is that there's an international language, and it's called energy. And we don't need words to express. I could be in another part of the world, and I can be sitting with young children, youth. They get it. They absolutely get it. And the greatest, I have pictures in my office here of spaces that these beautiful, beautiful children have drawn of what would you like to create in your life? What would you like to do going forward? Everyone dreams, everyone has an imagination. So gift them this beautiful canvas called their walls to actually create, whether they turn it into a collage of images, whether they turn it into words, whether they create music within their space, allow them the gift of creation from that, in that space. Because at some point in the future, they will grow up, they potentially will move away, and they will actually get married or go and get a career. So if you give them the freedom within their space, if you truly give them the freedom within their space, then basically the sky's the limit. So as parents, as doctors that are working with the youth, please gift them this space, their beautiful space that they're in within their homes, to express themselves. And it might show up with their clothing, with their makeup for young women. Allow them to express themselves. And it starts with their room. Absolutely. I'm excited to talk to many of you here about children, youth, these beautiful young adults, to actually discover what can be shifted, what can be changed. And it's the one thing that I do know is any of the practices over the years that I've facilitated, taught, and studied is that there are no rules. There's not a box that we're going to put them in. Allow this expression, allow that the space is a reflection of what's going on in their lives, and it's up to the individuals that they're living with, that they're staying with, to be open to hearing that one day there's joy and one day there could be depression, because it can happen as quickly as this. So we've got to be willing to listen, we've got to be willing to be open, and we've got to be willing to allow them to express themselves through their spaces. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Ms. Bennett. Thanks a lot. And in fact, you truly are a space whisperer. You know, the way you, kind of translated this entire idea of a space, how spaces can speak so much, starting from Gloria's, the backdrop. It is actually very pretty. It makes you feel like, living more and seeing more.
Marvelous speech and very inspiring. Thank you.
I'm so grateful for all of you. And I have been to India. I've been to Chandigarh, Agra, Mumbai, and New Delhi, and I've loved being in India. I was supposed to be there in September, but we've had a little bit of a hiccup in the world.
I will request everybody else to please keep themselves on mute. And other than, of course, our speaker, who has responded very beautifully. Definitely these stories about the space which you've talked about, and how, we have to allow children to reflect, sadness, happiness, joy. They come and they go, and they have to learn to, deal with everything. Everything is a part of being, being human and being alive. It need not be shunned, the negative, because only when you know the sadness can you really feel the happiness and the joy around you. The painting party was a really beautiful idea, and I think we like to implement that in our school at Allen House. I'm from working in Kanpur, in Allen House group of schools. So I think that's a wonderful idea. It was such a very interesting idea, and coincidentally, I mean, my husband is also an artist, so that kind of really gave a lot of ideas about having a painting party. And that is also a very beautiful idea, takeaway, observation of children. Children should be observed in their spaces, how they are talking. And that observation, when parents many a times come and say that, doesn't speak much, doesn't say much. So I think we are looking at more of the observation aspect of the children and the spaces that they have created. And not to break those, barriers, because there are spaces which children need for themselves. but we need to observe it gently and kindly so that we can nurture those spaces and help them to nurture themselves. With this, I would like to know from Dr. Das, what is the time we have remaining?
Please invite Miss Kriti Lata. You have 1 hour now. 30 minutes gone. 30 minutes are there.
Okay, sir. So we have quite a bit of time. So now I invite our next panelist, Ms. Kriti Lata Ram from Mauritius. Over to you, please.
Thank you. And I'm really honored today to be here on this platform and to talk about the depression, the rising graph, and the causes and remedies. So while you know about Mauritius, we are a small island and surrounded by the sea and with 1.2 million of inhabitants. And actually, we are having a problem of depression rising in Mauritius, but if I can say it's the mental health of the citizens, and depression also form parts of it. And we have about, it's considered as the 5th leading disease in Mauritius, which causes disability. And in Mauritius, we do have a healthcare which is free. Healthcare services are free, and we do have protection schemes for our population, which is all are free, but still we do have a lot of things to be done. And if we see about the depression in Mauritius, there are so many causes, and I'm going to talk about the my experience as educator, because I have been very in the education sector, and I have seen so many, you know, children growing, and the adolescent, the teens, and even the youngsters that are suffering from this. And if you see that most of the cases that we have seen in Mauritius, it comes from the, you know, they do suffer from this, and we have that, you know, there is this problem of family, and family problem, conflicts in the family. And we have also some when you, about when you question them, the families in the school who come, especially in the disability sector, most of the parents, when they talk about their children, the history of the children, you find that this comes from the, there is an early childhood trauma. As Gloria talked about this, the traumas, this also have noted, and traumatic events, you know, during childhood when they relate to you, such as physical or emotional abuse, and or loss of a parent in the family. And also this causes, you know, the changes in the brain and make the person, you know, susceptible to depression. And we have also seen that some children, they have inherited the traits from their parents or grandparents. And this is only from what we have seen from the history, because I'm talking as from my experiences. And you see, depression also we see have come, you know, in many people, you know, and when we are talking to them about the inherited traits here, I mean that there is this, you know, common in the people whose blood, you know, relatives, such as the parent or grandparent, also have the same condition. So this, you see, is followed in the family. And also we have seen also that there is also sometimes the hormones, the changes in the body's balances of hormones, which are involved in causing or triggering depression. And when I'm talking about hormones and changes, this I'm referring to mostly the girls, the women, the girls that I have seen, because as I mentioned, In the school, we have about 80 children coming to school from the age of 5 years old to 35 years. So from 5 to 35. So we have youngsters also in the school. And they also, you see there, we have seen the disbalance in the hormones also. And also we have the learning, the learning patterns of negative thinking. Even if parents are very negative, so they pass on this negativity in their children. So this also, the depression is linked to this learning. Then they see that they learn to feel, helpless because they see that their parents are helpless in some environment, in some condition, in some situations. So you have this, and rather than learning to feel capable of finding solution for life changes. And also there is a great
I'm so sorry. You are please requested, everybody, kindly please mute yourself. It breaks the flow for the speaker. I'm so sorry, Ms. Ram. You're all requested to please mute yourselves. Thank you. Please continue, Ms. Ram.
Yeah, and if we see stress also, when they are stressed, parents are stressed, children are stressed, and this also, stress also can cause diseases. And we have seen that 80% of diseases comes from stress. And among the others, like, asthma, back pain, diarrhea, headache, and so on, we see that there are various mental disorders, among which we have depression also. So, and when they have this stress, you see there is a lot of disturbance in their behavior, in their performance at school. There is this performance at school, their behavior, and there is, this overactivation of their behavior. They become upset, irritated, impatient, and if we see some of this, of the symptoms that they suffer, and you see that they suffer from this, and this arises to depression. And you have these risk factors which trigger the depression in them also. We have noticed that they have, sometimes when the girls are growing, they have this negativity, on their self-esteem. They think that they are becoming obese, obesity is there, and there are peer problems among their groups. And also there is this, when they join another school where they see that the children are well there, some are disabled, there is this, bullying. The bullying factor is there. And also there is some with academic problems, because an academic problem also are the factors that can cause this triggered depression. And from my experience also at the school, I have, we have some cases where we see that children, especially girls, they have been the victim or witness of violence, and such as physical, and in some cases also we have noticed about sexual abuse, and also having mental health conditions. Mental health condition, like, there is the anxiety, there is a personality disorder, there's anorexia, bulimia, some they like to eat, and then a lot without thinking what they are eating, knowing what they are eating, and so nutrition is very important. So we have seen also the learning disability, like there is this hyperactivity disorder, also having ongoing pain, and children or teens or youngsters, they have an ongoing pain, they suffer from this. There is this chronic physical illness, some of the children, some of the youngsters, there is the asthma is there, the diabetes is there in the school. And not only in the school, in Mauritius also we have about 60 schools who looks after the disabled children. and of the vulnerable and poor children. Among them, there are disability also. And the diabetes is one very highest in Mauritius, diabetes. Asthma also we do have it. And we have also the, some children, some adolescents whose parents are alcoholics and taking other drugs. And nowadays we are facing this, the synthetic drugs in Mauritius. And the government also is doing a great work on this to combat drug in Mauritius. Still, the youngsters are falling for the synthetic drugs. And these drugs also is triggering depression among them. And also alcohol, beer taking among friends, and so on. And also we have the, sometimes there is this, it's a taboo. It's still a taboo in Mauritius when we talk about being a gay, a lesbian, bisexual, or transgender. So it's still a taboo, and we don't, we haven't yet come with a law policy on this in Mauritius. And this also is still, we have NGOs working for them. And but we do these things, they are having, they see themselves in where they are not having they are unsupportive environment around them, and this also trigger the depression, and which we are very fearful about this. And if you see about the family history also, and issues with family, and others also, the family issue in the family, when talking to them, you get so many issues in the family about, breaking family, divorce, and separation, and with their parents separating. You have nuclear family, mother only looking after children, one parent only, or father only. And it's, all these things, when the youngs, when they grow in this atmosphere, in this environment, so they become, prone to this depression, that we have seen. And also, and if we see about the symptoms that we can say symptoms, so we say that they suffer from, there is frustration among them, and there is frustration, sadness, there is irritability, and also we have that you find that they lost interest in what they are doing. They were doing, you see or you hear that they were very good in doing music, they were very good in reading, very good in academy and literacy, and then you see that they start slowing or fall down. So and when this they begin to lose interest in their normal activities also. And then you see they are tired. They feel you see this tiredness in them. And then after this, you can see it become very dangerous when the last they can attempt to suicide also. So we have seen this, the depression about what they can bring in the youngsters in Mauritius. So, and if we see about, there are various types of depression, and these types of depression, we have atypical depression and so on, but this I will leave it to the medical practitioners to talk more about this. But I'm going to share only my experience about this. And if I come to, about what action we do take for these children, for these young adolescents or teenagers at school, you will, it's, just like Mrs. Lisa has just talked about creating a space. And we have called it at the school we have called it a talk listen booth. We have created a talk listen booth at the school where, you know, we have this, we do listen to them, they come and talk to us, and we listen to them, and then can, you know, give them advice, counseling, and even we do have our psychologists and so on who come to the school. But it's still this, I have seen that this talk and listen booth, yeah, it creates marvels. I completely agree with what Lisa said. So in this booth, you know, we do often, you know, ask them questions like, write down 3 things you achieved today, or what you have seen on the road while coming to school. What is the thing that today makes you happy? So these types of questions, it may seem simple, but you know, it gives a click in the mind just to remind them, just to give them this, you know, that they, yeah, you know, this makes me happy today. And just what happened at this very moment, you see that they forget about the problem, about the what's happening at home with their parents, with their surroundings, with their family, and they will start, you know, talking, which, you know, while communicating with us and talking, communicating, this gives them a sense of belongingness that, yeah, someone is listening to me. Someone today is listening to me, and they will start relating to you so much things that sometimes we become perplexed. We become, you know, and we feel also happy, and also we and also some of the questions that we ask also is that just tell us 3 things that you for which you are thankful for, and they will tell you, they will give you answers which really are very good for them. And also we have the booth I stayed, and also at the school we do have the let me mention some of the yoga. Yeah, we have an expert in yoga who comes to his school, and once per week.
Ma'am, I'm so sorry to intervene, but you have another 2 minutes, you know, then we'll take up the question answers from all of you. Okay?
So
Thank you. So sorry to intervene.
About meditation, like Acharya just mentioned, and shows some of the postures. We have the exercises, stretching exercises, aerobic exercises. We have massage by massage therapists who come to the school for them. And we do have, you know, and also relaxing effect in water. We bring them to the swimming pool once in a month, and we where there are, you know, this hydrotherapy with them, and we do have the breathing exercises also with them, and we have the laughter therapy also carried with them. As we say, good laughter decongest the brain. So this is very true. With my experience, I have seen that it goes on. And also there is, you know, diet and nutrition. We always, every day we give a diet, a balanced food for the breakfast. We have the feeding program, which is free at the school. And I would like to add that my school is free. We have 80 children in the school, and the services are free. We give a balanced breakfast every day. I'm my degree, home economics and English. So we do talks with parents. You know, parallel with the children, we carry out our services, our talks, our workshop with parents also side by side. And we also do the, you know, music classes. Music is very important. And for these children, you know, music, and we have dancing, shaking of their body. You know, when they shake their body, they go on movement, they forget about their stress, about their problems that they have. And we have also the, you know, we have a rocking chair where they will go for some minutes to sit on this and to rock on the chair by putting their heads at the back and relax there. And I talked to you about music and nature. We have walk in nature. We are near a marketplace where there is a great vast area, a surrounded nature there, and they go there to do a walk. So all these are what we have been doing with the children, but still we have a lot to do, as I told you. And in Mauritius, we have with the population and psychiatric, we do have psychiatric clinics in Mauritius. And we have the area health centers which look after the sick people, the mental health issues. We have 25 institutions which look after these patients. So
thank you so much.
I will end here.
Thank you so much, Ms. Ram. You've given us a good insight not only into the remedies that can be taken up for the children and for the adults as well, because it has to be, of course, treated well in time, and also given us a very good insight into the society and the problems which most of our societies are facing, and also happening so in Mauritius. So now I would request from anyone, if they have a question for Ms. Goldberg, please write in the chat box in case you wish to, and in case you wish to speak, then you please raise your hand, and then accordingly, we can ask you. So we are going to Ms. Goldberg. Any question for Ms. Goldberg from anyone? Any questions at all? Over to anyone. I mean, you can always say that, the question is for Ms. Bennett or Ms. Ram, Ms. Goldberg. Ms. Bennett had a very wonderful idea about the spaces it has, and that painting party. It's like really, especially the backdrop of Ms. Goldberg is something which really helps.
Yeah, Goldberg.
That's very nice. I can see in the chat box a lot of feedback coming in.
Yeah, Dr. Richa, I would like Goldberg ma'am to explain us. We had worked with municipal corporation and with airport authorities, and for 1 month we had an artist from US, and with her we allowed 70 artists, and the airport 3 walls have been painted. We first took a picture of 3 girls who were studying in school, and it took almost 1 month.
Ma'am, I'm so sorry to intervene. I'm not sure if Ms. Goldberg was able to hear you, because I was not able to hear you at all. So if you could be a little louder, perhaps.
Yeah, I was just asking Ms. Goldberg that art as a therapy. We are working with children and we are training them on making mantras, yantras, and in US we conducted 32 sessions with kids, and these kids have learned all the shlokas and they are making yantras. So we are promoting art as a therapy, music as a therapy. So Aparna and Siddharth from US are working with kids. So seeing her wall, I can just see the Florida's flamingos. I have seen in Florida Zoo, same flamingos which is on her wall. And this kind of wall, like we have done at airport, all 3 walls, beautiful, which airport authorities allowed us. We have an organization.
Manju, hello. Dr. Richa.
Yes, Dr.
Got
Sara.
a message from Dr. Neeta. She will not be able to speak if we make it any later. So
okay, that is
call at 7. So.
I understand, and we will, because there aren't too many questions, rather none. So I think it was very self-explanatory by all the panelists, and I would like to thank all the panelists for their insights, which have taken us from the spaces of children. Observe your children, don't let them be. Observe for any kind of symptoms, allow them to feel the positive, the negative, tell them it's a part of being human, and all these emotions are a part of their universe. And I think those are my takeaways from this particular session from the panelists that we've had today, and also a very good insight into the society of Mauritius that we have got through Ms. Ram. and Ms. Goldberg's insight into her painful observations and traumas and the fight that she has put up with, and how she has come out so successful. I think that's something very inspirational. And Ms. Bennett's, of course, the spaces of and the reflection the children should have, to reflect upon your spaces is something which, speaks volumes about you. So that's a story in itself. And I'm so thankful once again to this entire forum for having conducted this particular, series on wellness, mindfulness, yoga, meditation, all combined to bring us and heal us better. Thank you. Thank you, everyone. Miss Bennett, you're not audible, even though.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Thank you. I just wanted to thank all of you for having me here. I'm very grateful. And if any of you would like to connect with me, I love connecting with people around the world. And like Gloria Goldberg, I do have a radio show. I've had it for over 6 years. So I'll put my contact information, if that's okay, Risha, into the contact or the chat here. That way, if anyone has any questions or wants to reach out, I'm all over social media. Thank you.
Thank you once again.
Yeah, Lisa ma'am, you got a compliment from Dr. Meher Moose, our Vice Chancellor, that it was amazing, your concept of, international energy, which can be felt. Language is a barrier.
Beautiful. Thank you. I'm very grateful for all of you. Have a wonderful evening for each of you and enjoy the rest of the summit. It's an absolutely fabulous summit, and thank you to all my fellow speakers.
Yes, now we can give thanks, letter of thanks to everybody. Where is Simi? Simi, please come into the picture.
Can I speak one thing or?
Yeah, please, yes.
Okay. Well, everybody can find me in the social media like Gloria Goldberg, and in Instagram like Gloria Gold 1111. And my show, my podcast is Unbreakable Life with Glory. We'll talk about it's in iTunes and Spotify, and also I have a live show every Friday. One Friday is in Espanol, one Friday is in English, where I talk about depression, anxiety, PTSD. And every Friday, I bring a panelist to my show to tell us about ways to eradicate depression, anxiety, PTSD in a holistic way, a natural way, for always make you feel better. So thank you so much for this opportunity for me to raise my voice out, and I will continue with this journey to help everybody there that is going through a rough moment. Thank you.
Yes. Certificates, please. So here we give first to Miss Gloria Goldberg and Lisa Bennett for spending so much valuable time enlightening all the attendees who have joined this program, and also Kritilata Ram from Mauritius. Thank you for all the panelists who spared their valuable time and join and make this particular summit a very, very meaningful summit. Thank you once again. Yes, now please introduce Dr. Sara, Miss Dr. Shah.
May I now invite Dr. Neeta Shah. She is a homeopath, a holistic healer, and the past 10 to 15 years into frequency energy So not wasting much time, please can I invite Dr. Neeta Shah? Dr. Neeta?
Yeah, I'm here.
So sorry to make it late, but thank you so much for being with us.
Yeah. Thank you very much, Dr. Sarah, and thank you everyone who are here in this global summit to encourage a holistic wellness in a human being. I'm very much grateful to everyone. Today, I'm going to talk to you about frequencies. I use frequencies from last 12 years. When I have started using frequencies, that time it was very new protocol, new methodology to use the frequencies. And there was no much science. I was not aware about the frequency, but then also I have jumped into use the frequencies for many other problems along with the other therapies, because I used to use therapies from Time Weaver system, which is based on Germany. It's a Marcus Schimike. Marcus Schimike is an extraordinary visionary. He is the developer. He is the producer of Time Weaver healing therapies and frequency therapies. So Marcus is always near my heart. He is a extraordinary person. He has developed a new way, new technology and new systems to heal the human being without medicine. It is his vision that everyone has to heal with a consciousness energy, because even a single thought process, if we think, it has energy to travel. Single thought process has the frequencies. Every emotions, every thought process, every cells, every human being, every organ, every object, you can take like a wheat seed or you can take like a corn seed. Everything has a unique type of a frequency into it, and every frequency is a different frequency. One seed's ka frequency is not going to match with another seed's frequencies. So they have the immense potential and power inside it. So I have started using the frequency therapy from last 10 to 12 years from 2010. When the frequencies I was started using, I would like to give my experience about in 2010, 2008, my left ear was blocked all of a sudden. I could not able to listen from this ear, and I was practicing that time homeopathy, then ozone therapy, then acupuncture, then sujok, and many other therapies along with so many homeopathic medicines. I have tried many medicines for me and therapies for my ear. Ultimately, there was no improvement. Then I went to a ENT specialist doctor. They do a audiogram and many other tests. Then they said there was a 50% dryness, blockage in your eustachian tube. Now from today onwards, you are not able to listen without the hearing aids. And they said me, now you start using hearing aids. It was very, this thing was very shameful for me. 10 years, 12 years back, that time I was just 40, 42 and I have to use that hearing aid. It was giving me a lot of stress. So I will keep thinking what to do for my ear. I have tried many therapies and many medications and many things for my ear, but there was no improvement. But when I came into contact with the Time Weaver system, I bought it to here in India, and it was the first. I was the first person who is having a Time Weaver system in India. So I have started my own healing through the Time Weaver. And today you all can see, like after 10 or 12 years, there was no hearing aid when it was suggested by the 3 ENT specialist doctors, but I was not using it, and it took like 2 years to heal my ear, because that time I was also not aware about the frequencies therapies, and I was very new to use for frequencies for any reason. But as I come to know and I have tried all these things, I have learned and I have practicing, it gives the amazing result. It gives the outstanding result. So that way you can see, like till then now, because here the science behind this therapy, it's a microcurrent frequency therapy. So they are amazing. They are outstanding, because the frequencies what is the frequencies? To understand, we have to first understand frequencies. What is the frequencies? A continue repetition or a continuous cycle is processing in our cell membrane, in cell potential, increasing cell potential in a particular time, in a particular second, with an alternate therapy, with an alternate current, is called the frequency. So the continued repetition of the cellular level with the microsecond, with a very minimum second of a time, if we keep sending up frequencies, vibrations with a hertz and with some voltage, it charges the cells. What happened here with my ear? My eustachian tube was 50% and above, it was blocked. But as I started the frequency therapies, the cells are getting clean, regenerate. They become more active. Their shelf life is increased, and they are able to do their work. So the cells are getting activated. Cells activities developed very nicely. Frequencies can do anything. So slowly, I have developed a lot of confidence in my practice with the frequency therapy. I have treated a number of patients, like you can say mental illness patient, any kind of a mental illness. You give to the suggestion to the anxiety or a depression client or any other OCD patient, you do these things, follow these things. We give a lot of counselings to them in general, our practice. But if we use the frequencies, their neurons are getting activated in a fraction of the time, because in frequencies we have a lot of music therapy, a lot of brain transformation therapies. So all the music therapies, when we are applying to the client, they are not able to listen to music. What are in the music centers, we know, aware about, they are running some soft music in some soft rhythm. But in our frequency therapy, there is a vibrations, there is a energy, there is a frequencies for the music therapy. So every music note or every musical or every mantras has their own kind of a frequencies to work, to activate the cells. So in the music therapies, it gives a lot of strength, lot of power to our brain neurons. It's a direct food, direct energy, direct strength to activate our neurons. What the frequencies are doing? Frequencies are doing amazing work with our cell. Frequencies are the language of our cells. Frequencies, they are opening the ion channels in our cells, because cells has a body, cells has a membrane, cells has a memory, cells has a oxygenation, cells has a ionic channels within them. So with the frequencies, we can activate ion channels from the cell membrane. So which is going to work our cells very, very fantastically. Apart of that, so many things frequencies are doing with our cells. Frequencies are doing a proliferation of the bone cells, and they are doing the bone growth. Frequencies are doing the cells transformation, cell memories transformations, because our cells has the memory and they forget to work. They have to perform their work in time, but they forget their work to do. So we are suffering. Helping to recharge their cells, their mind. How we are recharging our mobile cell. In mobile, we have a cell battery. So the cells we recharge, and then we use the cell, and then we use the mobile for a particular time. Like that way, our brain, neurons, or any other cells in the body, they has the memory power. So their memory power lost or a disrupt because of our stress, because of our emotion, because of our lifestyle, because of our habit, because of our wrong pattern, or many other reason, and we are suffering. So frequencies, they are doing amazing work with the cells and with the neurons. So they charge their memory. They recall them to do and to perform their work. A part of them, frequencies has that the activity, it increase the activity. Frequencies enhance the activity of lymphocytes. Nowadays, lymph system and lymphocytes are very, very useful to increase our immunity power, to increase our strength, to increase our resistant power. So the frequencies have that capacity, have that power to increase our lymphocytes capacity and lymphocytes activity. A part of that, note this, there is a frequencies, it is growing a fantastic ATP synthesis with the cellular level body. It increased the ATP production 500% more than the normal cell. It is an amazing channelization through the frequencies happen with the cellular level. Then frequencies are amazingly heal the wound. I have observed in my practice since the years in many areas, like you can say psyche area, you can say pain area, you can say physical, you can say digestion area, you can say a medical, any digestive medicine area, everywhere, because our body is made up of cells. So every cell has a memory, every cell has a membrane, every cell needs a potential strength, power in their shelf life to work to run our body. So the frequencies are increase our ATP productions. Frequencies are balancing our acidic and alkaline levels. That is called a pH level. To increase our pH level, we eat lot of pH level pH balancing things like fruits, acidic foods, alkaline foods, which are more on alkaline, and we are keeping a negative thought in our mind. So if we are eating that alkaline food, but if we are negative with our family member, suppose I am little upset with my son or with my daughter or any other family member, and I have been arguing with my staff or servant, so that negativity is there, and then I am thinking I am eating a alkaline food to make myself more alkaline, but that negative one thought will make my body immediate acidic. So there is no control in my hand, though I am following a very alkaline food pattern. So the frequency is the ultimate solution I have found over the years, because I was not happy with my practice 15 years back. Because if I'm doing a homeopathic, then also there was something, if I'm doing some therapies, there is something is lacking. I have found that something was in ozone, if I'm doing some of the other thing is there, I'm not getting a whole result what I want. But when I came across the frequencies therapies and time waiver system, time waiver med system, so it was giving me amazing result. So the frequencies like control, the frequencies has the power to regenerate, reactivate and control everything and give a good result. Even
Dr.
the
Neeta,
yes.
And I have heard that through frequencies, you all have done excellent job where pain and all these things are also concerned. So could you please tell us how you all are working with pain, because you all have got some fantastic results in all kind of pains and all kind of regenerations. These are the things which we have heard all your time waiver and this new product of Healy doing. So could you please tell us and talk to the audience about how this great beautiful work that you all are doing on frequencies with pain, insomnias and all that?
Yeah, sure. Yeah, so Dr. Sarah, for pain management, any kind of a pain, you can take like a shoulder pain, neck pain, headache, migraine, you can take a back pain, lower back pain, lumbago, sciatica, arthritis, joint pain, wrist pain, tennis elbow pain. Right now, I took 4-5 cases for trigger finger cases. So all the pain management cases, we are doing a fantastic, giving a fantastic result because of the frequency therapy. Because see, I believe that any pain is related with mind first. So it affects mind 70%, then it comes on the body. Rest of the thing comes on the body. So with frequencies, we give a lot of therapies. Even what Dr. Sarah was talking about, the Healy product and all these things, a very small and cute, compact product. Because our great inventor and our who is very near to my heart, Marcus Shimike, has developed this Healy product, which is very cute, compact and easy to use, and all the possible programs are there. So when the pain is there, Dr. Sarah, we give them first a mind ka treatment, every mind, like emotional anxiety treatment, mental disorder, and their balancing treatment to the client first, and then we focus on pain. Because pain, if a client has a shoulder pain, so first it comes in the mind. The pain sensation trigger first, hurt first mind, and it gives the message that I'm paining here. So we give a lot of first mind treatment and then give the muscular level cells, because see, in this joint also there are so many cells are included. So ligaments, nerves, cells, tissues, shoulder location, all the biceps and triceps muscle, everything is made up of cell, and they lose their memory. So frequencies are there. They help to remove the inflammation. They help to remove any kind of a swelling. They help a lot to remove a water retention, because cells forget to remove the swelling out of the body. Cells forget because they lost their memory because of some kind of a pain, some kind of a emotional disturbance. They forget to throw a detox. They forget to detox our cells, their self body. So the frequencies are helping a local area also as well to remove all the negative part, or detox all the water retention which is there on the shoulder easily. We can say like bursitis, pain, swelling, inflammation, or injury, any kind of a pulling, ligament rupture, ligament break, or a nerve pulling, or a bursitis kind of a pain, anything is there, it gives the immense fantastic result of any kind of a pain. Along with the mental treatment, pain treatment is that much important. But then we give first 1 or 2 sessions for a mental balancing to release their blockage from the mind. Then they accept the frequencies, and then they heal themselves very nicely. Because in frequencies, we are not going to give them any medications, because it's a drugless therapy. It's a electromagnetic microcurrent frequency therapy. It's in many 20 or 25, 30 years back, I have listened many scientists in the world, they are using microcurrent frequency therapy in a small manner. But it is a greatness of Marcus Shimike, who has taken a lot of database from Nuno Nina. Nuno Nina is a Portuguese integrated physician who has treated 40,000 near about patient with the microcurrent frequency therapy. Marcus Shimike incorporated all this data from Nuno Nina and other scientists, and he has developed a microcurrent frequency therapy. I am using a big device of microcurrent frequency therapy, but then Marcus thought that every house needs a microcurrent frequency therapy in their hand. So for everyone, it is not possible to go to the clinic and check the treatment. So he has developed this very cute, compact, and very nice first aid tip kind of a thing, which is having a completely possible database into it regarding the therapies. So everyone can take this therapies benefit at home, not only one person. Like a student, if they are not studying, I have observed many students. Last year, I took one student who is doing a GRE TOEFL exam for his further studies, but he was not getting up to the mark for the best university. So he took advantage of a microcurrent frequency therapy from me, and he got a 880 marks for the admissions. And it was, otherwise he used to get 600, 630, 640. He gave us pretty 5 to 7 times his exams, but he was not getting that enough up to the marks what is required. But after the 2 sessions of the frequency therapy, he was like, his aura was changed, his mind was changed, he was more focused, he was concentrate, he has got a confidence. No, doctor, no, now I will do it. And then a lot of positive vibrations around him developed, and then he has passed the exam very fantastically.
So we can say this helps in memory enhancement, concentration, and
yes.
Can it do distance healing, ma'am?
Yes, frequency has there are some variations in the frequency modules. There is a distance healing, but for the memory, yes, it will help. But if there was a 100% success result, if you want, you need to take a frequency directly. Direct is like going to direct in the neurotransmitters, in the cells, in the cell memories, and it will give you enhanced power to the cells to work according to the your goal, your focus. Because it will give you a lot of confidence, lot of balancing. As you hold the frequencies, it balances your pH level. Anyways, if you are taking for a stomach pain, if you are taking for a shoulder pain, if you are taking for a back pain, it is going to, if you put electrodes on your hand, it is going to balance your cellular level, pH level. It is
Dr.
going to,
Neeta, sorry to interrupt the flow, but we have about 2 minutes left.
yeah, it's okay.
Yeah, and Dr. Neeta, I would say that this is one of the best sessions of whole year. You are so informative. You are so well. Your research on frequency is amazing, and I would say that we would require a day from you to hear from you and the frequency.
Thank you, Manjuji, very much. Thank you, because I met you in Pune. Pune, there was some conference. It was 8 years back.
Yeah, Dr. Karan.
Yeah, you were. So that time I met you over there in Pune. Yeah, and Dr. Sara has the device, even the Healy device, and she is doing wonderful work. She is spreading a lot of message. She is making a society drugless and confident with the Healy, and frequencies are amazing. As we chant mantras, as we give a positive affirmations to anyone, it has a certain level ka energy. If we give a full wholehearted best wishes to anyone, it has that much powerful frequencies to run, to reach, to success opposite person.
Dr. Neeta, we would like you to even add Manju Jain's Bhaktamar shloks and this as frequencies in your time waiver, and this because that's doing a wonderful job. So for us to be able to even take it globally where people are not with us but somewhere else, as you know, your Healy can do distance healing. So
yes.
Manju Jain, and we'll get in touch with you even for this, ma'am.
Definitely we'll. It's a very nice concept also. Frequency with Manju Jain and with Bhaktamar and everything is going hand to hand. And definitely we'll meet. Thank you very much for listening me. And I think so my time is
Thank you so much.
Yeah,
Thank you so very much, ma'am.
Thank you very much, Neeta, Dr. Neeta. This was like a wonderful session, science.
And thank you, Dr. Sara, for your invitation.
Yeah.
And
thank you, ma'am.
If anything is inquiry about Healy or frequencies, kindly contact Dr. Sara.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much.
Sure. So all the questions that are coming in the chat, you know that Dr. Sara is the person to be contacted.
Yes.
Anybody who wants to purchase the instrument needs to kind of consult with Dr. Neeta Shah. She's your channel. So with that, thank you, ma'am. I would now like to present to you a small token of our love and affection. And Dr. Surendra, if we can have the certificate, please. Thank you so much, ma'am. It was wonderful listening to the beautiful blend of science and holistic wellness and its impact.
Thank you, Simi ji. Thank you, Sara, Dr. Sara.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Dr. Manju Jain.
Right. So with that, we would actually now kind of have another change because we're running quite late in the session. So there are some awards that were to be given, but we're skipping that over and shifting it to tomorrow. So tomorrow we'll club the 2 award ceremony and have a mega event honoring everybody. And now let's kind of move to the next session, where I'm going to be calling upon Professor Vivek Kumar, the Vice Chancellor of Quantum University, Roorkee, to come and address this August gathering. Dr. Vivek Kumar, or rather I should be saying Professor Vivek Kumar, he's a master in the field of computer engineering from BITS Pilani and holds a doctorate in engineering artificial intelligence from the Faculty of Engineering, Dayal Bagh Educational Institute, Agra. He, before becoming the Quantum University VC, he was the director principal of the Delhi College of Technology and Management for about a long period of 9 years. during his tenure at Galgotias, he initiated multiple industrial tie-ups with IBM, Infosys, etc. And then just kind of, brought Galgotias up to a national platform. So he's the spirit at his present university, which is the Quantum University Roorkee. As the name says, you must be thinking it's like really an innovative space to be in. He is the spirit behind the young students' innovative approach. He is also the spirit behind the New Age University, which has an interdisciplinary pedagogy. It's got flexible, choice-based credit systems, and it brings holistic and humane learning environment, which allows students to stay connected with their own self while learning about other things through their unique program and an experimental track, which is called the Passion Programs. So without further wasting any time and putting myself in between Professor Vivek Kumar's and you, let me just invite him to come and address this gathering. Sir, we'd be honored to listen to you. Please give us a moment. Professor Vivek, can you hear us? So I think he's having some technical difficulties. Let's give him a minute.
Not the problem. Good evening, everybody. Am I audible to everyone?
Yes, Dr. Kumar.
Okay.
Yes.
So let me introduce myself. I am Dr. Vivek Kumar, and I am Vice Chancellor of Quantum University Roorkee. And Quantum University is a young university, but we have focused on, satisfying students' passion. That is very, very important. Generally, what happens due to the parents' pressure in India, because I am finding my foreign friends also would like to tell that, yes, our society, the major focus is on that our son or daughter will be a doctor or engineer. This was generally a tradition in our society. So there was a family pressure, and because of the family pressure, many students who are willing to go in any other discipline, by that pressure, they are forced to go for BTech, or they go for MBBS, Master of Business, Master of what do we call, Bachelor of Medical Medicines and Surgery. And then some people used to go for Bachelor of Administration. But Quantum University has adopted basically a concept of passion program. Along with their majors, they can do minor course also. So let me start my talk. Am I visible here?
Yeah, you are visible.
So all the organizer of Global Wellness Summit, Dr. Das, respected speakers, panelists, dear participants, and lovely audience. First of all, I should extend my thanks and warm regard to all the organizer of the Global Wellness Summit to consider me as a guest of honor. It's my honor. Really, it's really an honor that I am guest of honor today. Being the Vice Chancellor of the upcoming University of Uttarakhand, I always see that the mental health and emotion quotient plays a very, very important role in personal and professional future life of students. These kind of global summit provides a sound platform for the people around the world, gives opportunity to exchange the best practices in their societies, their schools, their colleges, their universities, and their industries. Today, I am highly impressed by today's lecture on deteriorating mental health, which was delivered by Zena, Ms. Zena A, and the panel discussion on NEP 2020 on the holistic health of the school-going children and university youths. Actually, what I feel, our mental health influences how we think, feel, and behave in a daily life. It also affects our ability to cope with the stress, overcome challenges, building relationship, and recover from life setback and hardship. Strong mental health is not just the absence of mental health problems. Being mentally and emotionally healthy in much more than being free of depression, anxiety, and other psychological issues. Rather than the absence of mental illness, mental health refers to the presence of positive characteristics. And I personally feel that because the responsibility, my responsibility is very tough, I am going to prepare the future citizen of India. Therefore, I feel that there should be among the students, there should be a sense of contentment. There should be a zest for living and the ability to laugh and have fun. That is very, very important. Being happy. The ability to deal with the stress and bounce back from adversity. A sense of meaning and purpose in their activities and relationship. That is a very important thing. The flexibility to learn new skills and adapt to change. A balance between work and play, rest and activities. This is a very important aspect for emotion quotients. The ability to work, build and maintain fulfilling relationship. Self-confidence and the high self-esteem. These are the traits which I am focusing to develop and nurture among my students. Actually, I feel personally the emotional and mental health and well-being of a children or young people is important, and it is more important than the physical health and the well-being. Over recent years, it has been recognized that changes need to be implemented to the mental health services for children and youth population of my country and other countries also. Mental health problems, they can be anyone. There can be a short spell like depression or anxiety through the severe and persistent conditions that can isolate, disrupt, and frighten those who are having these experiences. Mental health problem in younger population can result in lower educational attainment, which I am basically focusing only on education system, poor physical health, poor social relationship, school and colleges, exclusion, and limited future employment prospects, as well as behavior such as smoking, using drugs, and drinking alcohol. The impact of improving emotional well-being and the mental health is seen at the individual and family level. This is basically the problem I want to face. Now the question arises, this problem which I imposed here is the problem of an individual, or it is a problem only of his family, it is a problem of our institutes, or it is a problem of the society. I personally feel that this is the collective responsibility of all part of our society. As any youth fairly invests his time in institution, therefore, there is a need of emotional, mental well-being framework in our schools, colleges, and universities. I am thankful to the government that in NEP 2020, they have touched these points, and definitely it is important to implement the framework. Creating a framework is not very important. It is basically absorbing this framework into our society. It is into our systems, it is very, very important. So now question arises how we can implement this particular framework. I think this framework may be woven around the leadership and the management because, top to bottom approach. The institute should develop culture of an ethos and environment that promotes respect and value diversity. The students should be actively encouraged to form and maintain healthy relationship with the peer group, different genders, which is basically are very problematic this time in India. Lots of, reporting is being done on this. Every day there is a disrespect to the females and there is a fight among females and males, many more. Teachers the institute should provide opportunities to develop empathy and interpersonal skills for all the students and especially the teachers. The students should have a mechanism, the institute should have a mechanism for visible and easy accessible information about where to find support and help as and when a student requires this. Now, question is, what leadership of the institute should ask the following, the core of their heart, that is important. There is a checklist which I am going to show right now. I am going to speak, right now. Is the school a kind of welcoming place for the students? Whether the students are loving to come to the campus, yes or no. This is a very important parameter which I feel. Does everyone in the college community feel safe and have a sense of belongingness? Do they feel supported and know how to assess additional support if and when they need it? Are emotion and mental health talked about openly and freely? These are the 4 questions, this to be spoken, that to be thought and should be lingering in the mind of leadership and the management of the institute, whether they can attain these 4 questions in their campus or not. So as a matter of fact, these are very important questions and should be asked by the leadership by himself. The second aspect of the responsibility, or I can say, the second pillar of this framework which I am proposing right now should be curriculum development. What focuses is given within the curriculum to the social and emotional learning and promoting promotional resilience, and how is learning assessed. These 3 things should be there in the course curriculum. Curriculum should encourage them to adopt emotionally healthy habits. This is very, very important. The students should be taught about the mental health and stigma. The curriculum should be designed in such a way so that students should learn time management, capabilities to bear pressure, peer group, healthy interaction, respect to all, and more important is handling unknown problems. Because generally what happens when many things are not written in the books, they have to apply their brain. They have to apply, their brain to have relations with the many other persons of different culture, language, thoughts. So now important thing is how they are going to cope up with this situation. This should be the part of our curriculum. The third aspect of the responsibility is students' voice. Generally, our student voice is missing in our institutes. It is confined to the leaders of, what do we call, student political groups. But our system should be woven around. Our leadership should think that our environment should be like this, that any student, any weak student who is requiring some kind of support, there should be a voice, and this voice should be listened by each and every stakeholders. That is very, very important. How does the school and college ensure all students have the opportunity to express their views and influence decision? That is very, very important. The students should have an opportunity to involve in planning and decision making. Students should be encouraged to express their views and to develop strong social networks. Student feedback should be regularly gathered and analyzed to monitor the effectiveness of emotional well-being support and to identify improvements. This is basically the fourth pillar of my framework. The fifth pillar of my framework is a teacher who can do wonders. A school or a college should focus on how our college staff supported in the relation to their own health and well-being and to able to support students' well-being. This is important. If my teachers are sufferers, then definitely these sufferings will be propagated among the students also. If my teachers are satisfied, then definitely they are going to propagate those happiness and satisfaction among the students. Therefore, if we want to achieve mental health wellness, then definitely this is very, very important that we should take care of our teachers. The third, next and last is very important. That is what known as how does a school, college work in the partnership with the parents. Parents also very important. Parents as well as guardian to promote emotional, mental health and well-being. Parents, guardians should be provided with accessible information about emotional well-being policies, procedures, and how to access services. My parents should got an access to the services. That is important. So if we are providing these freedom and the platform for parents, then definitely this will be better emotional, mental and well-being will be achieved. Parent guardians should be offered opportunity to participate in event to schools that deepens their understanding of how the schools and colleges promotes emotional well-being. The school should identify ways in which it can support and work with parents, guardians to promote emotional well-being and mental health. This Global Wellness Summit is a platform which must come with the framework for such great problem of today of human race. Lots of fight around us. You can see there are 1,000 type of fights available to see. There is a greed to snatch. A small country or less powerful country is being overpowered by bigger countries. Race of becoming on the top. You can understand. I'm not going to mention the name of the countries, but you can understand this is very, very timely. And more desire have resulted into the imbalance of nature. These 7 problems, these are 4 problems which I am mentioning right now. They are doing imbalancing of the nature. They are changing the nature of human beings also, which may lead to disaster with the fear of losing biodiversity of our lovely planet. But we have to focus on this. This is very important. And for these kind of arrangements, this kind of organization, I must congratulate the organizers for organizing such a wonderful event. I am finishing my talk with a Sanskrit shloka. It's a very well-known shloka. Sarve bhavantu sukhina, sarve santu niramaya, sarve bhadrani pashyantu, ma kashid bhagyavet, om shanti, shanti, shanti. Jai Hind, Jai Bharat.
Wonderful,
Thank you, Dr. Vivek. That was a wonderful, inspiring, and I just thoroughly enjoyed listening to you. So no words for that. I think what I truly appreciated is the framework that you gave with the strong pillars, taking a holistic view of stakeholders who are involved in the upbringing of students, and the very balanced view that you have about what a curriculum should actually have. So thank you so much for sharing your views. I'm sure we have got enough to chew upon for the next couple of days. So with that, I would now like to invite Dr. Surendra to come forward.
Hello. Good evening, everybody. All these sessions have beautifully conducted. Can you hear me, please? My voice is audible?
Yes, it is audible. Yes,
sir. So the whole day was full of the distinguished speakers from India and the abroad. And I like to thank the executive committee members of the Global Wellness Forum. Now here I want to make a beautiful announcement. The Gloria I can see, she's the executive committee member of the Global Wellness Summit. Then we have, I think Lisa is there or she has left?
But she is here.
Okay, fine. Then Kritilata Ram, Dr. Manju and the Dr. Sara. Now I like to make an announcement. Zena Atar, who had a beautiful session in the morning and it mesmerized, I think, almost all the attendees. Zena, are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
That's great. So Global Wellness Forum is pleased to appoint Zena Atar as the Regional Director of GCC.
Thank you so much.
That is Gulf Council Corporation. Here it is the appointment for her, and I'm sure that the Mission Wellness will be taken across this region, this Gulf Cooperation Council region by Zena. The enthusiasm, the higher spirit, the force she has got within will spread this message across. Thank you very much, Zena, and we are pleased to appoint you the entire team of the Global Wellness Summit.
Congratulations.
Thank you so much. God bless you all. I'm very happy to come on board in this way. I feel very privileged and honored to have this platform and to join such great people and such a great team and such great energy, and hopefully we can spread this all over the globe and really make a change that is very long overdue in this world.
Yeah, not, ma'am.
And I really thank you for your time today. I'm very honored, and God bless you. God bless you. God bless you once again. Love and light. Dr. Das?
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you, Zena. Welcome to the family in a formal way. And thank you so much for accepting this wonderful position. And I'm sure we'll kind of do wonders and spearheading this wonderful mission. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
So that I will now kind of, move on to the last leg of our webinar today and offer the vote of thanks. And to that, it's a very simple vote of thanks. First of all, Honorable Dr. Manju Jain, our guest of honor, Professor Vivek Kumar, Vice Chancellor, Quantum University, Roorkee, Zaina, respected panelists, Gloria, Lisa, and Kartalika, Dr. Neeta Shah, and Acharya Dharendraji. Together, along with Richa Sharmaji, I think you made a wonderful, absolutely unforgettable experience. I thoroughly enjoyed anchoring it, as I'm sure that, all of us enjoyed listening to your thoughts and, like understanding the emotions, the mechanics behind a lot of new things. So it's my privilege to have, being asked to give the vote of thanks on this occasion. I, on behalf of the Global Wellness Forum, KKS University, Siddharthan and Bhaktamar Healing and Research Foundation, and the entire supporting and sponsoring organization, and specifically the team under the expertise of Dr. Surinder Das. To each one of you, I extend my personal and warm thanks. And let me also call upon the fraternity who have gathered over here today, and on my own behalf extend this hearty vote of thanks to all the speakers for gracing our important work and sharing your findings and opinions with us today. A big thank you, and I will stay inspired and will stay expectant. And I really do hope that tomorrow's session, which will be at 2 p.m. India IST, we will actually circulate out a Zoom link as we did again today. I really do look forward to welcoming you again tomorrow to a wonderful session, which will be just as exciting, just as inspiring, and just as, like opening the horizons of the mind. And so thank you once again.
Thank you, Simi.
We would like to
Namaste, everyone. Thank you.
Much.
Thank you all. Thank you so much. All the wonderful speakers.
Good night, everyone.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir, so much.
Thank you, everyone.
Good night.
Thank you, ma'am. Good night.
Take care.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so very much, madam. Nice. It was a wonderful session. I had enjoyed.
Oh, Dr. Vivek, we want to open that Quantum University in Nagpur. How will we open that?
Quantum University in Nagpur.
Yeah, because my brother studied from Roorkee University, Anand Jain. Tomorrow you will listen to him.
Yeah, Dr. Vivek, the quantum energy medicine is there in Hawaii under the guidance of Dr. Paul Druin.
Oh, yes.
And it's a whole 4-year course. I've had the good fortune of meeting him. So yes, as Manju says, we must have one quantum energy university even here now. We have a lot of work going on. We've got a lot of wonderful therapists.
So, ma'am, I am writing my email ID, or you can note down my email ID, please.
Yeah.
Okay.
This is Vice Chancellor.
Oh, shit.
Sir, all bits of Plani PS1 program, they used to...
Thank you, doctor. @ Quantum University.
After this email ID, please switch off, okay? As soon as you can give the email ID.
I have mentioned my email ID.
Okay, great.
Huh.
Thank you.
So I request you to please send me a mail so that we can connect
Sir,
directly.
could you just tell your email ID? It is
Vice Chancellor at Quantum University.
Vice Chancellor at Quantum University.
At Quantum University. .edu.in. So I request all of you to please communicate with me on this mail. I shall be highly thankful to you people.
Thank you, Dr. Vivek.
Thank you very much.
Sir, can you write your email address in chat box?
It is in the chat box, lovely.
I think this is Jenna's chat box is open, I think.
Directly to me. Okay, I'll repost it, Doctor.
You please repost.
Yeah, I'll repost now.
Because, I don't have the access.
No problem.
So I cannot send the details publicly.
To me, I didn't notice. So here we go. Has everybody got it now?
Yes, we did. Thank you. Thank you,
Vice Chancellor.
So with that, lovely ladies and gentlemen, we draw this evening to a conclusion, and we hope that you'll kind of join back again tomorrow at 2 p.m. sharp. Look forward to seeing you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.